Hello. It is I, the JinJinx. Sorry for the stream taking so long to get ready. I realized I had to add in the last stream's waifu whalers. Welcome to the boat, y'all. We're going fucking whaling. I apologize, I wasn't able to get around to it last time because I was too fucking tired and forgot. Let me close my door real quick. Grab some caffeine and we'll start. Not your fault. Don't know if y'all could hear that, but my wife was screaming because I had to go squash a bug. No idea if my mic actually picks that up though. But hey guys, what's up? Alright, let's go. Genshin. Here we go. So let's see here real quick. Pie chicken, get rid of that. Cool. I got some new overlay stuff. We got a shill for Tuner's stream. He's actually streaming right now, doing some other stuff. If you want to watch actual Genshin gameplay or whatever, go watch him right now, because I'm just going to be going over some data sheets and shit. Hey, Kanta, what's up? It's good to see you. Is there a way for me to, like... I was going to try to, like, make you a VIP or something, Kanta, but apparently the only thing I can do is make you a mod. I don't think you want that power, so, hi, Kanta. Y'all should also go check out Kanta Per Me. Kanta is a phenomenal streamer. We know each other from Monster Hunter World, but they have been doing quite a bit of Genshin streaming too. And they are way better at video games than me. Oh, it's true. Kanta is great with a nice check mark, so. You pulled the Jingchu and got clean. That's funny. Okay, so... Anyway, let's get into this. So, view. So, for those who don't know, about 2 weeks ago, they actually contacted me. I just haven't been able to get around to doing another, like, data reading and, like, learning stream because of how busy the past 2 weeks have been. But let me play some classical music real quick. Let's get a little bit of music in here. We're gonna be watching stuff. We might also have music since there's no game music or anything. Control O. No. God damn it. That's nice. Yeah, that's a good level, probably. Okay. Let me turn it down for you guys a bit. I mean, Amber charge shot carry is pretty fun. It's just a lot of investment to get output, but this is from other people. Link in the description to the server for this. So, for those who don't know, we are going over this place. Y'all should go join them, like right now. Links in the description for this stream. But yeah, we're going over this stuff. So this is the data gathering server. They contacted me about it like 2 weeks ago. I just haven't gone around to it, like I said. But basically, this is like a crowdsourced data gathering server where, you know, people post through a Google Forms their, hey, when I did this, I got these drops, so we can start collecting a vast enough, hopefully the ideal goal is to generate a large enough pool of data. So we can get an idea what things like drop rates and things like that actually look like. Because, you know, since MiHoYo's not releasing any official numbers, this is the best we can do, is to try to get a large enough epidemiological size of data so we can get a general idea of what drop rate trends look like. Because, you know, MiHoYo's not releasing that data. So, yeah, go join these guys and stuff. They're cool. Links in the description for the video. If you want to drop in your own stuff, you can go to their data gathering channel and, you know, just post your stuff there. Or you can go to their Google Forms if you don't want to go through Discord, and you can just like fill out this Google Forms and give them the information so they can start building a bigger and bigger body of data. That's the big part of the point of this stream, is to kind of shill these guys because they're doing really cool stuff. But also I want to look over their stuff and what they have so far. And also they have like this, which is like the general like character build recommendations that they put together based off of watching other YouTubers and stuff, and they gave me comment access, so I'm gonna be going through and like commenting on the builds and seeing and letting them know if I disagree with things, if I agree with things, etc, etc. Because like they don't really have like a huge group of optimizers in their server like the Kaching Mains Discord server does. They're more about data collection and stuff like that. So anyway, yeah, cool peeps. Fuck, my music's not playing anymore. What happened? Why is this so hard? I just want to listen. To classical music. There we go. Okay, it's on a playlist now. So if I do this. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a playlist now, so that means music's just gonna play. Cool. In the background. Alright. How's that music level look? It's a little loud. Let's turn it down a bit on the on OBS side. Okay, that's cool. And then I unplugged my headphones. Lol. Okay, cool. That's a good level. That looks good. It's hitting negative 40, negative 35, so that won't get in the way of you being able to hear me too much, even if it peaks a bit. Okay, so yeah, Kanta, there is a new catalyst coming tomorrow. It is going to be the new set based off of leaks looks like it's gonna be based off of shielding and getting hits, so it's kind of built around running like Petra supports, which will be interesting. I don't really look too much into 5-star weapons, just because any 5-star is so good that they add so much damage value to your team. They add just so much raw stats that they kind of... I have 5 stars, I don't use them, because they kind of... I feel like they bias my understanding of how strong teams are actually performing just because of the raw numbers they add in. Favorite classical musical composer is Chopin. Best of all time, don't at me. But yeah, I mean, I like a variety of stuff, but Chopin is definitely my go-to. Alright, so let's see. First off, Genshin Impact drop rates. We have quite a bit here. So, summary. Looking through Pyrus Regivine. Number of instances, so that means we have 4 instances of World Level 3. I think 5 is the most relevant one to people, because that's where most people are at. Is 4 and 5. And it looks like Artifact drops 3-star, 290%, so an average of 2.94 stars. And an average of 110% for 4 stars, and then 5 stars is 20% drop rate. So interestingly, that means that, yeah, the 5-star drop rate even at 5 is pretty low, but at 6, it's 50%, apparently, based on, it's only 12 instances, so it's only an N equals 12, but still, it's good to see that there is a pretty noticeable jump in 5-star drop rates at world level 6, that's AR45, because AR45 is really when, like, the 5-star artifact grind really happens in this game. Drop rate of prototypes. That's a good question. So, real quick, I'm just going to quickly go over this stuff first. What we have right here. So, for Regisvine, unsurprisingly, Regisvine seems to be the biggest data pool because most of the Pyro characters in the game are fucking bustedly good. So, people are farming this one a lot. I'm also surprised to see Anemo's kind of low and Oceana's kind of low. Until Childe comes out, a lot of people don't really care to ascend their Barbara. And Jingchu needs to be level 60 anyway. But yeah, so let's see. Gold Essential Materials is drop rate 0 so far. Okay, the purple ones. Interestingly, it says 8% here for World Level 6, but it's a small data pool, so you have to take it with a grain of salt. Really, this one right here, the 128, is the only one that we can really draw much info off of because it's a large and it's an n equals 128 data pool, so it's bigger. And about a 15% drop rate of purple Essential Materials, which is good to know. Seeds seems to be consistently around 200% also. Which is nice to know that we, on average, get 2 seeds per run, and that is what you can kind of aim for when you're trying to plan out farming up Essential Materials for your characters. So yeah, it seems like pretty consistent throughout all of them. Once you're at a decent world level, it's about 2 seeds per drop, and it seems like the purple Essential Materials seem to be consistently around 15-ish%. But again, lack of data. Like, this one says 24, but it's only an n equals 17, so there's only 17 recorded instances of it, so you have to take that with a grain of salt. That's way too small a sample size, basically. Same with this one, it's 40%, but we only have 5 World Level 6 Nemo Hypostasis here in the data pool, so this is, like, heavily biased, definitely. It's probably still around 15%, but we won't know until there's more data, which is why you guys should go to the link in the description to this Discord server and submit your own data so we can get better numbers, because bigger sample size. Yeah, yeet. Alright, World Boss. So we have Ascension Artifacts. So artifacts seem to be very heavily weighted towards 4 stars. Again, the only really good data pool is this one, 60, and that's still an incredibly low sample size, guys, so keep that in mind. It's in the link to this Discord server, the data gathering Discord server. Let me pull up my Discord real quick. This place. The link to the data gathering Discord server, this place is in the description. This is what we're looking at right now, is their stuff. They're pretty small, as you can see. See if any of you joined yet. Still says 69 members, lol. They're pretty small, as you can see, but the link is in the description for that. Yeah, 60 is still a pretty small data pool, but this is the best one we have, and it seems that we get pretty decently weighted for 4 stars. On average, it seems like the 60 data pool is giving us at least 1 5-star per roll, which is pretty nice. It's a weekly after all. Prototype seems to be around 15% at World Level 5. Like, this one is 19 and this one is 38, but again, these are really small data pools, so, like, that's not really a good measure. Although, interestingly, the Valens is also around 50, it's 57, so it's around 60, and we have about a 26% drop rate. So, I don't know. The data pools are still too small to make any real estimations off of this. AZG Net, that AP stats lie to you that 30 is viable. Depends on the rates you're looking at. It depends, and the larger the better, because even in 30, like, yes, standard deviation is a thing, but even within, like, a 30, 50, 60, 100 data pool, it's questionable how effective those numbers are. For example, like, my mother is an epidemiologist. That's what she does for a living. She works for the CDC, and her job is every day to pile through thousands, hundreds of thousands of data points and do meta-analyses on that larger volume, because the CDC, hence the government recommendations for public health and whatnot, have to be based off of very large pools of data to make sure they're recommending the correct thing. Because if the government recommends it as public health policy, it has to be as close to certain as we can get. This is a good idea. So, like, a 60 sample size is infinitesimally small, in my opinion, but again, that's what we have right now. Which is why y'all should totes go to the description and, like, join the server and give them submit your info so we can build a bigger data pool. Because right now they're pretty small, only a little under 700 members, and we can get more people in there to put more data in there. Oh, really, Godfrey? I would love to see which Discord server that is. Let's see here. If you can go on our Discord server and ping me, I can add you and you can send me a link to that because I'm curious to see that data, and it might be able to be compiled with this data as well. Because it would be cool if you guys could, if those two servers could do some like collab stuff to collect data together. I would like to see that. And then again, pool size is kind of low, but if we look at this one, domain level 3, it seems like the 5-star drop rates seem pretty consistently at about 33% per run, which lines up with my personal experience. But again, anecdote is not data. Enough massive anecdote can be, but anecdote is not data. And then of course, like it's 100% chance drop rate to get a 5-star. That's been a known fact for domain level 4, which is AR45. But yeah, about a 33% drop rate for 5 stars, which is nice. Hey, sample text, thanks. Yeah, 5 a.m. Damn. Good morning, yeah. And then, ooh, we have a lot of domain level 4s for, I believe these are the, are these talent? No, these are the weapon drop materials. Yeah, these are weapon drops. And it seems the 4-star rate is about 60%, which is pretty good. And then for the talent books, it seems that even at domain level 4, we're looking at, well, this is too small a sample size to say, but it looks like the 4-star drop rate, being the gold talent books, is about 13 to 27%, so 15 to 20% maybe. But yeah, this lines up pretty much with my experience, which is that you pretty much always get 2 of the blue and 2 of the green talent books per run, even at domain level 4. Okay, neat. Alright, so that's the summary. Credits is to the Genshin help. These are the peeps who made this chart happen. This is the Discord server that we mentioned. Yeah, this one is a Discord server we mentioned. Apparently there's another one I don't know about that I just found out about in chat. So yeah, if you just ping me in Mathalos real quick, actually, I can take a look at all that. Too much shit on my screens. Because I would love to go over that data too. That would be interesting, and see if there could be some collab stuff done there. So far, it looks like I haven't been pinged by you yet in the Discord server, so whenever you can get around to it, that'll be sweet. I would love to see that other server as well. My DMs are unfortunately closed to friends only right now, because there's a video on it, but yeah, I got like 50 fucking Q&As I had to go through the 4 days of my life. So I had to close to friends only, unfortunately. But yeah, these are apparently the team that makes it happen. Cool peeps. Go thank them. Join the server. All that stuff. Link in the description. So change logs. Nothing really too interesting for us to look at here. So this is just the full data pool of all the roles they have. So of all the data they have collected so far for each of these. Yeah, this is just all the data they have so far. It's hard to make any kind of assertions based off the data pools because it's still too small. But yeah, definitely would like to see more numbers on the sheets, which y'all can help with. Let's see here. Okay. All right, cool. So that's that. This is the form you can use to fill out if you want to, if you don't want to just post it in the Discord server. Weapon enhancement and data submission. This is, again, another thing for submitting the stats, because right here, they have been compiling the actual stats of all the gear, because the wiki is lacking in this sense. If you've noticed and looked at the Genshin wiki, it's lacking the higher ascension stats especially. So we got 1-star weapons, 2-star weapons, 3-star, 4 stars. This is more the part we are interested in, which is seeing. Alright, so here for all the 4-star weapons, we have the EXP levels needed per level that's been collected so far. Seems like 80 is the highest. I guess they don't have any data yet from any of the hyper whales who have managed to make it to AR 50 already, or to adventure rank 50 already, to get ascension cap over 80. Let's see. So yeah, this is just the amount of experience to take. Jesus Christ, it takes 3 million. 3.5 million cumulative XP. How much is that? 3,000. How much does Mystic Enhancement will give against? 20,000, right? 10,000 experience. So equal to this divided by 10,000. Oh, I guess you only need 350 to get weapons. That's actually not that bad. I thought that was worse than I thought. Although then again, you can only make how many of these? 30 a day, right? Because it's 6 instances of 5 Mystic Enhancement ores from melding. So that is 30, what's it? Crystal into enhancements into E or a day. So that is, so yeah, I mean, okay, it's 12 days worth of enhancement ore to get a weapon to 80. That's not terrible, considering 80 is the highest you really need for current contents ever, and only on your carry. You can leave your weapons at 60 on everyone else. Only the carry really needs a level 80 weapon. So that's not too bad, especially because, Jesus Christ, it is less than half the amount of experience needed to get a weapon from 60 than 80. So it's definitely more worth investing in your supports to up to 60 than it is 80. Good to know. Oh, this is nice. All the weapons and all of their required materials. Oh, fuck yes. Fuck me up. Fuck me up. Oh, yes, please. I mean, you can find this on the wiki too, but it's nice to have it in just a single data. I'm just actually just gonna add this to my tab real quick. I want to be able to reference this more easily, especially since I can just Alt F4 and look up Aminus, and boom, I know exactly what I need, and this tells me what is needed for, what is this? What is this for, though? Is this just for, like, one? Or is it... Okay, so this is for each of the different level ups. I see, I see. Little interesting to me that the 60-70 is on a different part of the sheet, but I guess they just need to reorganize that. That's fine, that's not a big deal. So yeah, I can just take a direct look at what I need and calc off that. That's not bad. And then essential materials reference. Yeah, this is just for a reference sheet for this thing, I'm guessing. Pattern crunching. Okay, so this is just comparing the experience needed for weapon level ups and such. Based on levels, yeah. 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 stars. All of them have different amounts of experience needed to level up to the same amount of levels, clearly, because, you know, better weapons. So nice. It's nice, though. I'm definitely going to refer to this when doing calculations instead of having to look up numbers myself, which is nice. Alright, moving on. So that is the weapon enhancement and essentials they have in there. Genshin Impact general character strat. So this is the thing that I think about 2 weeks ago, this started circulating a bit, and I will be honest, a lot of the recommendations in here I don't agree with, but they did give me commenting access to be able to make my own comments on that. Because, like I said, they don't really have, like, a huge group of optimizers over there, and there's so many characters to consider, and I'm not, like, trying to shit on them or anything, because it is hard to give good recommendations for every character in the game. And as I was told by the liaison to this Discord server I chatted with, oh, 1 second. Oh, 1 sec. There's a tuner. Hello, tuner.
Hi. What is the plan for tonight?
I'm on stream, by the way.
Oh, hi. What's the plan for tonight?
I'm going over some data sheets and stuff that I have been wanting to go over for like 2 weeks or something, but I haven't had the time to do. And then when 1.1 comes out, hopefully the banner's released then, and I'll pull for Childe, but that's not guaranteed. I don't know if they're going to be pulling for if Childe's going to be available, because when the Clee banner came out, there was a delay. They waited for reset first. So and they haven't given us any official info on how that's going to work yet. So either way, though, I'm gonna be doing 1.1 contents when it comes out. I'm probably gonna take a break after right before the maintenance is over to go have dinner and everything, and then come back and stream for 1.1.
Are you gonna be streaming for the next 4 or 5 hours?
Depends on how long it takes me to get through all this stuff I'm planning on going through. We'll see.
Okay. I was trying to figure out because I was thinking about streaming tonight when the update happens. But if you're gonna be streaming, then
I mean, we can still both stream.
eh.
Your cool crowd's still gonna be going around for you, and not for me, and that's fine because we have all the YouTube peeps here. Up to you though. Cause yeah, I am definitely gonna be streaming as soon as the update comes out, basically.
Okay.
Okay. By the way, I added a little Twitch tuner thing to the overlay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And now it replaced my random ass Paimon chicken that covers my UID in the corner.
True.
So it works out pretty nicely.
Hello, stream. I am Tuner, the other half of Jinxin Tuners, Genshin math purveyors of
Yes.
Wet Femboys.
Wet femboys. What was it? Wacky sword waving.
Water waving, sword flailing Jingchu. Water waving sword flailing Jingchu. Water waving sword flailing Jingchu. Hi, I'm Tuner of Jinxin Tuners, wacky waving sword flailing Jingchu warehouse and emporium. And due to a banner poll, we're currently overstocked on wacky waving sword flailing Jingchu. So I'm passing those polls on to you.
Keck. Alright, so let's see here.
Oh, interesting video that I have for you, because a lot of people have been complaining about how we pronounce the names
Of
the
Jingchu?
characters, of
Yeah.
all of the characters, like Kei-Ching and shit. And
Yeah.
everything. Here is a video that has been vetted by several people. They say that this is actually a really good video for the pronunciation of every single one of the characters in Liyue.
Sweet. Save this to watch later. And I will definitely be going through this and trying to correct my pronunciation of Liyue and other things. Because even though I'm technically Chinese, I don't speak much Chinese, so...
Yeah, it's because it's like, it's not Kei-Ching, it's like Ku-Ching.
Is Kuching? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kuching? Yeah,
Eric
that
Woodley,
seems
they
correct.
Give us 3.
Oh, thank you, Eric Woodley.
Honestly, what the hell is that? That's a cute emote. What the fuck is that?
Here, guys, let's, I'll post this in the chats real quick so y'all can watch that if you want.
Let me
Or you
check
can just,
over
you
here.
know, Google, you can just fucking throw this into the search. But yeah. Let's see, can I pin this?
Oh, nice.
Pin! Yeah, yeet.
We've gained. Yeah, Jinx is actually like a second generation Chinese. His parents are from China.
Yeah. Well, that would make me first generation.
Well, so, okay, somebody said it was second generation because you're not born in China. So I don't
Is
know.
that how
It's
it
either
works?
first-
I actually
it's
don't know
either
how that
first or
works.
second.
Kuching.
Yeah, it's like Kuching.
Kuching. Kuching. The hard
you
part
know-
too is that with some of the names, like unless you can see the actual pinyin where they have the actual tonal accent marks on the characters, like there are like with Jingchu, there's the chu part could be pronounced like 6 different ways depending on what the intonation is supposed to be on it. And we don't have access to the pinyin, so I don't know if it's correct, so hopefully this will help fix that, because the English voice actor for Jingchu pronounces his name 3 different ways during his quest line.
But apparently, if you listen in Chinese, like it. But I mean, I'm not gonna listen in Chinese. I'm gonna understand even less than I do.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that the term my family uses ABC, which is American-born Chinese for me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Kanta.
Yeah, hey Ganta, yeah, like you can do it in Chinese. I just haven't gone around to doing it. I'll just watch this adorable Asian woman teach me how to pronounce it
Yeah,
instead.
yeah. And like somebody said, it's not like Jingchu. It's more like Xing.
Xing-chu. Yeah, Chi-yu-chu. Jing-chu is probably how it's supposed to be pronounced.
Not Ch. It's Cho.
Cho. Chi-o? So
Yeah,
Chi-o is the Chi-u. See, that's the problem. It's like I said,
Chill.
depending on the tone, depending on like the intonation of the U, the pronunciation changes completely. Because it could be chi-o, chi-e, chi-o, chi-u. Like, it could be all of those. And I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, and like when she actually goes through it. It's not like she just says his name is Jingqiu.
If she can show me the fucking pinyin for that would be
Yeah, she does.
fantastic. Good, because that's
She
what I
does.
need, is to know what the pinyin is, so I know what the actual accents are on the vowels in there.
Yeah, like, we'll scroll through it for a little. I mean, it's content. It's important. It's interesting.
Welcome to catch
I'm sure people would find it interesting.
guide for names of Liyue harbor characters.
Liyue. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Liyue. 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 All right, I'm closing my music. Fuck, I should have paused my music. Not to open again later. Whatever, let's go.
Who are currently playable or confirmed.
Oh shit, Top Stooge. Thank you so much for the $20. Best of luck on your polls, Jinx. Thank you for all you do for the community. Much appreciated.
According to the
Thank you,
official
Stooge.
website at the time of this video. That was such a long sentence. Disclaimer. I don't have any professional background in either linguistics or the Chinese language, but I am a native Mandarin speaker myself, so you can trust me to that extent. I hope you'll find this guide helpful, and let's start. 北斗
Okay, yeah, so it's be, do,
北
e,
北
be,
的
de,
偶
o, be, do,
北斗
be, do,
北斗
be, do.
重云
See, this is what I was talking about, where when you have the actual pinyin versus the anglicization of a Chinese name, you actually get the accent marks, which shows you how you're supposed to pronounce that vowel. And like the issue is the English version, the anglicization doesn't have that, and so like I said, there's fucking 6-7 different ways to pronounce Jingqiu or the chu or chu or however it's supposed to be, based on how the intonation changes.
Yeah.
是
Ningguang is apparently like.
Ong.
We-
Okay,
we've
so
gotten
it's
that one
chong.
right.
Ong. Yeah, cause up
Chong.
accent. Ong. Ong.
云
Yun.
重云
Chong yun.
重云
Chong yun. Okay.
客情
Okay, so see, it's a downwards intonation, so it's like instead of an sounds. So ke, qing,
客
ke,
七 迎
ying,
情
qing,
客
情
情
ke, qing, ke,
客
qing,
情
ke, qing. Okay, so it is
Ning
ke,
guang.
qing, not ke, qing. Okay.
呢迎
Ning,
宁歌乌
u,
昂光
guang,
宁光
ning, gu, ang, guang. Yeah, ning, guang. Okay, it's a flat intonation.
宁光
Ning, guang,
七七
qi, qi.
七
Keep your tongue flat for the chi, unlike ch. Chi,
七
chi, chi.
What?
七七
So
Tongue flat?
the ch sound in English is more of you flicking your tongue, if that makes sense. Like say ch, and you'll notice how your tongue flicks. But the
Ch.
Chinese q sound is ch, ch. You keep your tongue
Ch.
flat. Yeah, ch.
Ch.
You keep your tongue flat during it. Ch. You don't flick your tongue to add that sharpness to it like you do in English.
So okay, so cha,
Yeah, ch, chi, chi.
cha, chi, chi.
If you just like force your tongue to stay on the palate of or on the bottom of your mouth, you kind of get the sound right. I'm not super. And mind, I'm not super great at pronunciation because again, I barely speak Mandarin. I just went to Chinese school and learned pronunciation rules, and those were interesting to me because it's like systems and things like that. But the actual learning of the language didn't interest me much as a kid.
Chi, chi. What? Okay. Neat.
Yeah, chi, chi,
Chi, chi.
相邻
xiang. Okay, so it's a flat intonation on the a. Gotcha. Jiang, jiang, ling, ling. No, it's ling, not ling. Ling, xiang, ling,
西
xi,
一昂相
xiang.
What's the lucky number in China? Is it like 3?
邻
I don't remember honestly.
邻
Ling, li,
相邻
xiang, ling,
相邻
xiang, jiang, jiang, ling. Okay.
西一
8.
凹
It's
Ow.
8.
消
Xiao, xi,
消
zi, ao, xiao.
行秋
I know.
Okay, so it is a flat one, so it is qi, o, qiu. Okay. Jing, qiu, jing, qiu, qi, o, qiu. Okay.
西迎行
Xing,
七幽
yo,
秋
qi, i, o, qiu.
行
行秋
行秋
Jing, qiu. Okay.
离
Jingqiu.
星球
了
Le.
I.
Yi.
离
Yu.
月
Yue.
离月
Okay, so wait, that
Yue.
little
离月
mark thing implies like you inflicting up or inflicting down or
Yes.
inflicting straight.
Those are the intonation markers, accent markers. They're
And so then what the V one is like you go down then up?
yes, up down, and flat is flat intonation through the whole thing. So instead of like jing.
So Beidou had a
chi,
down up.
It's the U sound but flat, so o, like just flat o. So jing chi o chio. And this one is li, so it's e, as opposed to like a down will be like l or an e or an sound. And then up and down, the only one that's up and down in here I think is, which one is the little Beidou?
Yeah, Beidou had a V
Yeah.
above it.
A
Be,
up down A, Bei.
Be,
Yeah, it's not Bei or Bei, it's Bei.
Be, Do,
北
Bei, Do,
Be, Do,
欧
O,
斗
Bei, Do.
北斗
Be,
Up
Do,
and down, yeah. Like a little,
Beidou.
like a W. Bei, Do.
重
Bei,
音
Do.
Be, Do.
Yeah, that's how you pronounce that one. That one's kind of the weird one that throws people off, just like how umlauts throw off a lot of people trying to learn,
German.
German pronunciation. That's generally the one that kind of throws people off a lot if they're like English speakers. I'm sure my pronunciation is probably still shit, honestly. It's just because I barely speak Chinese, but
The only umlaut that I know is like in good.
yeah,
So like whenever I try to pronounce an umlaut, I just pronounce it like I was trying to
like you're
pronounce
saying it's
the
like
oo.
good. Yeah, ooh.
Yeah,
Like it's
good.
ooh. Like it. Yeah, umlauts are weird. I still don't really know how to pronounce them super correctly because I never learned any Germanic languages, or any Slavic languages either.
离月
Yue, yue,
离月
li.
So
it's
I'm
li, yue.
you.
Like the
Like
kind of the way
yue.
I've always like visualized it is you visualize like the intonation as like a line, right? Or as like
Yeah.
a single line you're drawing. So like it'd be like li, yu,
Li,
yue.
yue.
Yeah, li yue, li yue. Like
Li,
up, straight,
yue.
down. I don't know if that's a good way to teach that. That's just how I always visualized like the pronunciation of Chinese words growing up.
Yeah. I don't know. I actually we were joking that because I just ended stream. By the way, you can watch me stream at twitch.tv/tuner.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
top left
much for
corner. Whoop, whoop.
watching. If you like this video, please give me a
And
thumbs
like we
up.
were joking that maybe
Everyone,
for, like, the next
go on
5
this
hours,
video and thumbs up right now. Fucking do
True.
it.
True,
Fucking
actually.
do it.
I'm actually gonna make a community post about it right
Please
now.
do, because it's really neat. And now I want to know how to pronounce Xinjiang, because I'm assuming it's
Hi all.
Xinjiang, but again, I don't know
Thank
what the
you
pinyin
so
looks like.
much for your positive feedback on
Zhongli.
Ketchup's very first pronunciation guide. This time, I'd like to show you the Mandarin pronunciations for the names of the 2 Liyue Harbor characters who are coming to Genshin Impact in version 1.1. Here you go. Xinyan,
Yeah, Xinjiang. Xin. Oh, it's down. Okay.
Yin,
Xin,
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 Yi,
Yi,
An,
An, Yan,
Yan,
Yan, Yan, Yan,
Xin, Yan.
Xin, Yan, Xin, Yan. Okay, so Xinjiang. Gotcha. Xin, Yan,
Xin Yan.
And apparently it's not Genshin.
Yan. Xin,
Apparently
Yan.
it's not Genshin Impact. It's like Genshin or something.
Genshin?
Yeah, it's like
Genshin?
Genshin.
Interesting. We'll have to look
As
at
far
that
as
too.
yeah, I'm not super sure. It's like
Produce the
Genshin
C
or something.
sound.
Xi.
Try touching your lower teeth with the tip of your
Xi.
tongue while keeping your tongue relatively flat.
Xi. Xi.
Shi.
Shi.
Yeah, Genshin is Japanese,
Si.
so it's like
Si.
Genshin or something.
Xinjiang.
Yeah, Yuan Shen.
Yan. Yan. Xinjiang.
Zhongli.
Yeah, so it's Li. So Zhong Li.
Wait, hold on. It's
True.
Yuan. I don't know how. Yuan Shen.
For what?
It's not Genshin Impact. It's Yuan Shen Impact or something.
Is it Yuan Shen?
Yuan Shen.
Oh, so it's
I don't know.
Yuan Shen Yuan Sheng. But Genshin is the English bastard. Oh, is it the Japanese bastardization?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Zh, zh, on, zh, zhong, zhong, le, yi, zhong, li, zhong, li, zhong, kind of like a gong sound. Zhong, li, zhong, li.
If you're having some trouble with the zh sound,
Zh,
you may try to produce it the same way you would pronounce the first part of the English letter J.
zh,
J.
j, zh, zh,
Zhong.
zhong, li, zhong, li,
Guo ba.
guo, ba. Okay, so it's double flat. Gotcha. Guo, ba,
U.
u,
Wo.
o, guo,
Guo.
guo, ba,
Bo. A.
a,
Ba.
ba, guo, ba, guo, ba,
Guo. Ba.
guo, ba,
Guo ba.
guo, ba, guo, ba.
Guo ba. Once again, thank you so much for watching.
Everyone, go like this video right fucking now. It needs more views. Subscribe as well.
Yeah, I posted it to the community page and told them to comment and leave a like.
Right now. We need more subscribers. 70 isn't enough. I see there's 1,764 of you. Go fucking subscribe right now.
Leave a comment. Say that you came from us.
Alright, cool. Well, that was neat. Alright, back to numbers. Okay, so this is kind of the big part, which is going over these builds and...
Let's raid, pretty much.
This is going over the,
Damn, you guys just got it at like 30 subs. Appreciate that, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Raid! Okay, so let's see. See what for these PS women can attack even off fuel. At C6, you'll be able to add extra 30% echoes. That is correct. There's also animation cancel, where after 3 or 5 basic attack, you rapidly yep, this is called the yep, this is called the rapid fire combo. Talent priority, yep, if you're running her as a DPS, this is correct. Crit rate over 50%, crit damage, electro damage, attack, energy recharge. I actually don't know if electro is better than... Is electro I don't think electro will be better on Fischl than physical if you're running her as a carry. 1 second. Fischl...
Damn, just doubled their subs. Hell yeah.
Yeah, yeet. Good. They deserve it. It's good shit. It's the shit I like to see. And let's go for a level 6 versus level 6. Unfortunately, I haven't frame counted, but... This with a reset's about 2 seconds, roughly. So... This with resets about 2 seconds, so that's 64.1 plus 68 plus 84.5. 216 by 2, about around 100-ish damage per second. Versus Knight Rider, which is going to be 124 per second. So yeah, even as god damn it, even as a carry, her autos are weaker than her bird. What the fuck? Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so you do go Electro set. Thunder 2 the 4 set is a good recommendation. Glad 2, Bloodstain 2, and Electro Damage Colblet is a decent recommendation. That's good too. Because the Bloodstained is going to be still better than the Thunder Fury 2 set. Thunder Fury 2 set plus Bloodstained Chivalry set. Also works. My main question, I guess, because I haven't looked into it for Fish, but I would wonder, even with 4-star stats, how well Martial Artist stands up due to its much larger additive total bonus. But again, no 5-star pieces really hurts that set. I can't really comment on DPS Fish builds because I just haven't done it. Obviously, Skyward Hop is the best option, though. There's no question there. Skyward Hop is the most stacked 5-star weapon in the game currently.
Your mom's the most
Okay, so let's
stacked
comment on
5-star
this
weapon
one.
in the game.
Thundering Fury on Fish. Support only works if she is the trigger in the comp. In many comps, she ends up not being the trigger element. My personal general recommendation for... Oh, well, let's see. In many comps, she ends up not being the trigger element. Let's see. Let's just give the examples of what she is trigger. The main comps she could be a trigger in are... Let's see. She tends to be trigger in Diluc / Klee teams or Mona / Childe. Theoretically, he's not out. Mona / Childe. Electroshock teams. Generally speaking, if you don't have a elemental conversion primary carry, it's hard to apply apply an aura element faster than Fish does. My personal general recommendation for Fish is 2-piece Gamblers plus 2-piece Thundering Fury. This adds the largest damage, raw damage boost to Fish if she is not the trigger, which happens a lot in team comps.
This link is somewhere in the description, right? The master sheet, yeah?
This sheet right now?
Yeah.
No, because this sheet isn't... I don't think this sheet is actually like public yet. This is their like prototype one, basically.
Vorpal, thank you for the 420.
And they also gave me comment access. So like they want to like this is the... Remember that sheet that like 2 weeks ago was kind of circulating through our Discord server, and I had to mention on Twitter, hey guys, like I've contacted the guys, we're gonna work on this together, but like a lot of the recommendations on here are very sus. This is that sheet. And like this is from the peeps over there, over in the what's it called, Discord server, in the Data Gathering Discord server, and this is basically based off of what they've seen from like videos, essentially, as opposed to like actually like, you know, crunching it out and testing it personally, because they just don't have a big enough team for that. This is based off of just looking at passing through a lot of different videos on Bilibili and YouTube. But like we now know since more data has been tested, more things have been understood and learned, we know a lot of these sets aren't super great. Like for example, Thundering Fury on support Fischl is generally speaking not very good, unless you are 100% sure she's going to be the trigger on your team.
Until they fix that bug, right? It's
also C6 and, yeah, and also C6 and 4 make her tend to almost always be aura due to her having even more electro application. If she is not consistently the trigger, which happens a lot in most team comps. Gamblers can't 5-star, but if you put 1-piece Gamblers on the flower, you lose minimal stats while gaining a large 20% total multiplier. 20% total additive multiplier to your burb damage, which is basically all your damage as a support. Comp, the passive does not apply if she is the aura elements for a reaction. Comments, Cool. All right. Electro damage, EM. Comments. Same thing as I mentioned on the set bonus. EM only applies if she is the trigger, which in many comps she will be the aura element instead. This otherwise looks Gucci. Same thing, EM only applies to trigger elements character, which Fish can struggle to be. Alright. Bob. Knight Rider, Midnight Phantasmal Boss and Nightfall, correct. Burst and skill both ends up with odds staying on the field. Make sure you don't use them together, only when odds expire. Yep, that sounds good. Stringless, Favonius, Warbow. Yep, that sounds good too. Beidou as a DPS. Let's see. Instructor is fine. Noblesse is fine. If running Beidou as a reaction support, which is what this recommendation seems to be, then you may also want to recommend double ER, Scholars plus Exile, as her ult uptime is kinda scuffed on a non-mono Electro team without it. Her self energy gen is low unless you can get off high level parries. I would personally consider this better than instructors because more ult uptime is more preferable to slightly stronger ults much less frequently. But again, it depends on your comp. I guess again doesn't really work here. But depends on your comp. If she is in a heavy Electro regen team, then she doesn't need the double ER passives, but then she also is likely in a mono Electro team and is probably not getting reactions, meaning instructors gets no benefit. Noblesse is good for raw ult damage, but again, her uptime issues are a problem, and I personally are a problem. Okay, ER, yep, absolutely. Elemental Mastery, Electro damage. Wait, shit. Okay, yeah, I commented on the correct one. Attack, Energy Recharge, Elemental Mastery. I would personally put ER as number one. Because her ult uptime is the weakest part of Beidou as a reaction support. The uptime is terrible without a decent ER stack unless you can level 3 parry every rotation of E. This is still very true in the early game as well as the late game. As I saw here, they put ER at first, which is the best idea. Stormbreaker, Tidecaller, Ocean Ball, and that's fine. Use Elemental Burst and switch. Yeah, this looks fine. I don't know if I agree with until level 70. I'm pretty sure Animus beats it, but I haven't calculated it, so I'm just going to assume they're correct there. I don't necessarily agree with that, though. Let's see here. Let me put support comment. I would recommend making a second support section for burst support, because that is not only her best role in a team, but the build is completely different from a reaction support setup. Burst support, Beidou, generally runs the same 2-piece gamblers, one on the flower for minimal damage losses, 2-piece thundering fury to max her switch parry damage. First support Beidou. Beidou's carry. The only difference between a carry Beidou and a burst support Beidou is that you have to learn to switch parry, but it ultimately is stronger for a team because her basic combo is fairly weak as a carry. Her basic combo is fairly weak as a carry, and it's better to run a stronger carry and just switch parry every 7 to 8 seconds. Oh wait, this is the only thing they comment on too. Damage percentage still is a bigger multiplier than crit late game. Not that it really matters because they are on separate artifacts anyway, but in terms of getting the most bang per buck, damage percentage is still better to invest into before crit artifacts late game. To invest into first before crit artifacts late game. But you do tend to stack more crits.
Hey, I'm back, sorry.
Wording of this just worries me, as people may invest into crit artifacts before percent damage artifacts, which does hurt them in terms of damage output. 4% damage percent into the damage output.
Jinx, do you want to hide the URL for that? Do you care?
That's a good point. I probably should. How the fuck do I do that? How do I full screen this thing?
If you're only using this, I mean, you could move the the tuner over to like a section of it, since you're not playing Genshin right now, anyways.
Hello, we live again? Everything good? We good? Okay, cool. Hey guys, sorry about that. Yeah, no, my OBS just crashed randomly, but we back. Wait.
Wait a second.
Are we back?
No, it's
Hello? 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 Type poggies in the chat if you okay, we live. Yeah, okay,
you're
cool.
back, you're back.
Cool. All right, cool. We back. Sorry about that. Also, I apologize. I did miss the poll. I did miss the things from Volpo Prybar and Apple Tinks / Apple Tiny. Volpo Prybar, thank you so much for the 420. Hey JinJinx, pop quiz. Can you guess which two characters in Genshin are the biggest potheads? Bonus digit in my next donation if you can by 6 o'clock EST. Huh, biggest potheads, huh? Childe strikes me as a guy who likes to relax with some opium of some sort, and I'm gonna guess probably also... Well, no, Zhongli and Jinyan. Let's go Zhongli and Jinyan, but I don't know what you mean by pothead, because are you talking about they smoke weed or they smoke opium, because those two strike me as opium smokers. I don't know if they actually want this to be public yet, because this is something that they sent me and gave me comment access to, but it's not actually on their resources on the Discord server right now. So I don't know if they actually want this to be like publicly viewable yet until they can finish editing stuff. I do not smoke weed anymore. I just haven't, but I used to much when I was younger. And also, Apple Tinks, Apple Tiny, tip 690. Thank you. Heyo, Jinx and Co. I mentioned before that Broadman is bugging me to do team comps, so his bit payback. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Would have liked Jinx to look at it, but well, I apologize. It's just not something I'm able to do right now. Hope the next masterclass video will come up soon. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, child stuff's going to take priority, but it is the next masterclass I'm working on outside of doing some child videos. That is the next priority for videos at the moment, other than talking about Child and Diona, since that's kind of a bit more, it's a bit more time constrained due to the limited banner. Okay.
Yeah, the doc isn't available yet, guys.
Yeah, it's not.
When it's done, he'll put it out.
Well, I won't put it out. It's not my doc. They just want me to comment on stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not. This is even my doc. This is someone else's doc. DPS with Sith. While I have calculated 0 things related to Lisa, I cannot imagine a scenario... Oh, calculated. A scenario where With Sith beats either of the 5 stars. Yes, the bonus is massive when it's active, but it's only active for 10 seconds out of 30 seconds. So any damage gains from it have to be reduced to a 33% level over the course of a fight, largely due to it having terrible uptime.
Arthur, Sucrose is good, not as good as Venti.
I cannot imagine how that can beat Lost Prayer. That not only has... How much does Lost Prayer have comparatively? Lost Prayer Genshin Impact. 532 at level 80. This is a type 42, right? It's a type 42, right? Yeah. 449.
Oh yeah, by the way, Jinx, are you preloading the patch?
No, I am not. Thank you for reminding me. 18% more base attack at level 18. And simply stupidly powerful passives. So 7.2.
Oh, apparently this doc is fine for people to look at, Jinx. I guess.
Oh, is it?
We've got it pinned in character docs or builds. So.
Why is it pinned in character builds?
I don't know. Somebody pinned it there.
I explicitly told people to take it out of there like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember who I
The
told,
one
but
that-
I told several people to remove it 2 weeks ago. I guess no one did.
Is it the one that you've got that you pinned in there right now?
Let me look real quick.
Yeah, it's the one you pinned in there, so I will remove it at this moment.
Well, let me check a look real quick. You said it's in character builds?
Well, I just removed it, but
Oh.
it is what you're using. I can see it. This is what you're using.
Oh, wait, is that the pin where I said don't use this doc?
I don't know.
I think, damn it, you fucking removed the pin that told people not to use this doc.
No, it's the one that has the link to it.
I wish I could have
Find it.
seen it before you removed it. Was the...
Well, we can. It's not like I deleted the post. We can just go find the post again.
Because the only reason I would have pinned this was to explicitly tell people not to use this doc, because it's like... When I skimmed through it, it was about 50% good recommendations. Because it was going through quite a bit.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'll just pull it up again.
Yeah, please pull that up again and let me know what the pin says. Because if it is the pin that says don't use this doc, it needs to stay up.
Okay. Make up your fucking mind, Jinx. Remove it. Don't remove it.
That's why I said let me look at it first. Because part of the reason I'm going through this is because they wanted me to go through and make some comments about the builds and stuff. Because when I skimmed through it, a lot of the recommendations were kind of scuffy.
Okay. Hey everyone, just got shown this Google Doc sheet for build recommendations. I've only looked through about 1/3 of the sheet, but already about 50% of it is suboptimal builds. For example, no geo percentage recommendation on Noel placing Animus above White Blind. Okay, so they just checked with the RKG mains credited in the doc. They only contributed to the KG section, which is 100%.
Yeah, so that needs to stay pinned.
So I will pin that.
Thank you. Yeah.
I will repin the pin that you told me to take down. Okay.
Well, because you
it's
didn't
pinned.
tell me that it was the post that the thing that was posted was the thing explicitly saying don't use this doc, not the
Why
thing.
don't you remember the shit that you post?
This was 2 weeks ago. Do you know how much shit has happened in the past 2 weeks?
Why can't you remember things?
Why can't you read the pin?
You told me to delete it.
Why can't you read the pins and see that it says explicitly not to use the documents?
Because you told me to.
There's a big difference between a pin saying use this pinning a document to use and then a pin saying don't use this document.
Mommy and Daddy are fighting.
Christ. Okay, anyway.
Because you told me to.
I learned it from watching you.
It's not like I deleted your message, so it's not.
Yeah, that's fine. I was concerned because I thought you had deleted it, not just the pin, so.
The comments, Tuner did nothing
Nothing
wrong.
wrong.
I am validated. Pin. I'm pinning this. Tuner did nothing wrong. Who's mommy and who's daddy?
On Lisa, Carrie,
Jinx?
it
Jinx,
just
who's mommy, who's
seems
daddy?
like a weird recommendation to
Jinx,
me,
who's mommy,
but
who's daddy?
it's
This is more important
possible.
than anything you're doing.
I'm
right
mom,
now.
we've
Who's
been
mommy,
over
who's
this. I'm the mom who went to go get cigarettes. Something crucial. Shrug. Ooh. Okay. Comments. Two piece.
Somebody asked earlier, is tuna the tuner? Yes, I'm the same. It's
Yes.
tuner and tuna. It's the same thing. Well, someday we're gonna change our name. You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. I'll do that right now. We'll just be Mathalos Gamers. Ugh.
Not only can the 80% not hit 5-star except glads, the total damage gain is significantly lower than a 2-piece TF bonus due to everything Lisa does is electro damage. Probably don't need to capitalize that one, but kind of not hit 5 stars except glads. Total game damage.
So do we want to do? Do we want to be Genshin math, or do we want it to be game math? Or what? I'm editing the name. What do you want to do?
Particularly a 2-piece gambler is. Nah, I don't want to say that. I haven't done enough stuff about Lisa to really say. Sorry, what are you saying?
Do we want to be Genshin math, or do we want to be Mathalos gaming, or what? I'm editing the name.
Mathlos gaming is fine. It's more generic.
I hate the goddamn gaming. Gamers. Mathalos. Can we just have Mathalos? Do we need gaming in it?
Mathlos just sounds weird by itself.
Gaming.
If you don't like it, come up with a better alternative, but we haven't had a better alternative yet.
We'll see, like, Kanto, like, we put Mathalos, we thought about guys, but apparently it's not specific enough.
Mathalos guys is just... And math guys is not gonna work, unfortunately. That's literally the only one that would fuck our SEO. Everything else doesn't matter. Any of the other options we've gone over, but math guys is the only one where we would actually be hurting the channel by changing the name to that.
I mean, we could do Mathalos Bros. Can we do Mathalos Bros? I'd rather
We
be
aren't very
bros
broy,
than
though.
I'd rather be bros, like, well, I mean, we're pretty homies. I kiss my homie goodnight. Matha Bros.
Lol.
Mathalos Gents. Hey. Mathalos Femboys. I like it.
Lol. The problem I have with, like, Mathalos Bros is to suggest the channel is broy, and we are incredibly not broy.
Mathalos Twinks.
Mathalos Queers.
Jinx Alpha Tuna Beta.
Depends on the situation. Depends heavily on the situation. Oh shit, I should probably turn down the music a bit, it's a bit loud.
Mathalos Hose. True. What about Mathalos Boys? BOIS.
Let's actually delete this because I just realized. I'm gonna actually let me cut that so I can use it later. But like, this comment is actually incorrect because I just remembered this is for fucking This is for fucking for DPS Fish, who has split physical and electro damage. The crit rate is actually better. That was my mistake. But yeah. Comments. I will say though, focusing.
I'm just gonna double check. Jinx, are you updating your game right now?
And the attack percent is low damage gains. Attack percent is still valuable with 1 to 2 pieces invested into it. A balance of the stats is needed, and I am concerned that this will make peeps not want to invest anything into attack percent, which is a mistake. Let's see here. Where's my Genshin? Genshin. Okay, it's going. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. It's obviously gonna be a very long update.
Yep. Are you sure the bait club is more powerful at only level up to level 70? On Diluc, who uses it, let's see, who uses it better than Beidou, it dropped off compared to Animus in the 50 to 60 range, depending on builds. Compared to the Animus and the bait club passive, plus the attack percent is plus the was better on Diluc due to 5-star base attack, but I have not calced anything on it for Beidou. It just surprises me. Beidou, so I cannot say for certain on her. It just surprises me. Okay.
Hey, Jinx.
What's up?
This is kind of important. So I'm editing our channel tags. What would you like me to add? Genshin Impact?
Yeah, just Genshin Impact related stuff. Genshin Impacts, Genshin Impact guides, Genshin Impact beginner guides, etc, etc, etc. Oh, thank you so much, Jake, for the $5. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Much appreciated, Jake. Much appreciated. But yeah, otherwise... Oh, this is a build focused around her elemental skill. Let's take a look at this. I'm a little curious.
Should I add any of the characters?
No, just Genshin stuff. For channel tags, you just want generic Genshin stuff. I'll probably DM you later some specifics, but...
Okay, for this very moment, I'm adding Genshin, Genshin Impact guides, GI guides, and Genshin builds. And Genshin Impact builds.
Okay, yeah, this is clearly on suboptimal set. The numbers are impressive, but this is clearly very suboptimal. Because this is going to be a much lower damage output for the specific build they're running here than running 2-piece Gombalist, 2-piece Thundering Fury. So let's let them know that, because I didn't realize this was for a specific set. Okay, I just realized this is for a specific burst damage carry build. Technically, it's not a carry setup, it's a burst support setup, because Lisa can't do anything for... How long is the cooldown on that again? Lisa Genshin, I forget what's the cooldown on her charge. It's like 15 seconds or something. What is it? Hold version is 16 seconds. She can't do anything for 16 seconds after popping her charge E. So you should, which is what burst supports do, because you switch to the carry in the meantime.
Howie and Silver, this doc is not accurate. That's why Jinx is going through commenting on everything here so that they can fix it.
Yeah.
So going off of this doc is actually bad. 50% of the time.
Well, again, I was skimming, so I don't even know if the 50% is inaccurate. It's just at least half the things I saw triggered red flags when I skimmed through it initially 2 weeks ago. So
Yeah. Do we just need to put a thing at the top right that says
best set is the I might
still
need,
have it somewhere?
I might actually need to change the description for it. So let's go over more data. It's like, let's fix up some build recommendations.
Yeah.
This build doc. Let's fix up this build doc. Save. Boom. Okay. For that setup, though, the absolute best set is the Gambler's 2-piece, TF 2-piece for maxing her E damage. The numbers
Anonymous,
in
doc
the
is
video
public, it's
are
pinned-
impressive, but the set is incredibly unoptimized.
It's pinned in the character Discord or the build discussion, but it says don't use this.
Yeah.
Like the pin specifically says don't use it.
Yes. The reason I had to make that pin was because it started circling through the Discord server, and peeps were like, "Is this actually good?" And I'm like, "Nah, it needs a lot of work." Like, I don't get me wrong, they've put a lot of work into this.
It's a very pretty one.
I mean,
I'd say.
they put a lot of work into this. They've tried to go through and make recommendations for every character, but like with a small team, there's only so much you can do, especially if your team doesn't have a lot of set optimizers who fully understand like the formulas in the game and everything. And so, like, that's why I'm going through, is to try to give them some recommendations that kind of clean stuff up, because a lot of these recommendations are traps, and I don't want people to, as much work as they put into it, I don't want people to go onto this and try to build Lisa with a 2-piece Sojourner's 2-piece Braveheart set, because it's objectively one of the worst sets for her, even for this kind of a setup. Mampamare, yeah, that's fine. For its codex, that's fine. Floating Tales of Dragon Slayers, that's fine. Personally, I would consider DS above all of these, but it depends on how much you invest into your Lisa. DS is much more value if she has a low artifact stack. Use Elemental Burst and switch to a DPS unit. I would put Noblesse above Instructor. Unless you are sure she is the trigger in your comp. This is kinda hard for her to be, due to be in a lot of comps though. In a lot of comps. ER, EM, Electro. Same as other comments. EM is only valuable if you are sure she is the trigger character. Late game is the same. I won't bother repeating that. Lightning Rose, Violet Arc, Lightning Touch. That's fine. Yep, switch to a DPS unit. Comment. Also, probably wants to mention you want to run a Veneerer Suck character in this comp. The issue with Lisa's ult is it knocks enemies out of its radius, so you need some way to keep them inside it to make her ult valuable. Wolf's Gravestone, yep. Animus, Spine, yep, that's fine, that's all fine. Glad, yep, Thundering Fury, comments. Thankpoint is, generally speaking, a really bad set on Razor. TF only applies if he is the trigger, and I genuinely cannot think of a comp that he can be trigger in because he applies so much electro and is basically always the aura character. The only time I can think of him being a trigger character is maybe with XQ, but I'd have to test timing interactions with that. Also, he is the trigger for shatter reactions, but that's irrelevant because that isn't boosted by TF 4 set. Also, his physical damage makes up the vast majority of his damage late game. So amping that is generally the priority for a carry setup. A really bad set on Razor.
You may change our URL, channel URL to Jinx and Tuner.
What is it right now?
It's Tuna.
Yeah, change that.
Okay. Do you want it Jinx or
better.
JinJinx?
Just Jinx is fine.
Jinx and Tuna? Tuner?
Like, Jinx and Tuner is a small enough change. JinJinx and Tuner is probably too big a change. Will affect the SEO. I don't care. I don't mind just being called
Well, no,
Jinx.
it's current. Okay, hold on. It is currently JinJinx and Tuna. So should I
is
just
it?
change it to JinJinx and Tuner?
Yeah.
Or should I change it to Jinx and
the
Tuner?
the less change, the better. So.
Okay.
Whatever is the
That
least
boss.
change, yeah.
Copy that, boss.
I feel uncomfortable when you call me boss for some reason.
Copy that, daddy. Because you're not my boss. We're co-workers. We're co-owners. Yay.
Any other attribute to max first on a Razor? He is
I actually would
the
call my
best
employees boss.
physical carry in the game, and the damage gains on it on a 5-star physical cup cannot be matched by any individual artifact piece.
Jinx said every time. I used to call my employees boss.
Lol.
Yeah. I could walk up and was like, "How's it going, boss?" She's like, "You're the boss." I'm like, eh.
Same as any carry or support setup with a primarily 1 damage type character. Damage percentage cup is the biggest single artifacts damage gain you can get, so it's a priority over other stats when investing. Steel Fang, Lightning Fang, Claw, and Thunder. Lightning Fangs is alt, right? On Razor, I forget. Because his ult takes priority over his E for Razor, because you get more attack speed buff from it. Yep, okay, cool. So, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, okay. Alright, Skyrider R5 is actually a lot better than Debate Club. I also fell for the Debates Club when building my Razor early game, but Skyrider is just barely weaker than Animus, even at level 70 to 80. Barely, but weaker. Yep, correct. Razor is not meant to be a support in any way. Two 18% is a really weak setup late game period. Crimson Witch is also really terrible on Amber. She can barely proc the secondary passive due to the long cooldown on her E. And it's a very little damage gain at one piece. Thank you, Younghun. Yes, it is Wanderer set. The best set for Amber is Wandering Troop 4-piece because she is meant to be run as a charge attack carry. Her physical bow combo DPS is literally trashed here. The only redeeming build for Amber is a melt or vaporized charge attack setup. Still weak for the same amount of investments, but it can and does work. There are Abyss 12 clears of Amber main carry with charge attack builds. The only other build I could really see working on her... set I could see working if you lack a Wandering Troop set is the generic more stats setup of 2 Glad, 2 Witches for just more damages. But Wandering Troop is objectively the best set on her for charge attack carry. If you're doing an auto attack carry, you probably use martial artist or some shit. I don't know. She's really not built to be an auto attack carry.
Oh, Jinx. Just a slight note.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at, like, you know, obviously we're talking about getting Noel emotes for the Twitch channel. Something I was thinking about doing for my offline screen and my starting soon screen, because they're kind of like, there's not really a theme going on. So my offline screen, I'm gonna have like a Noel that has like a battery icon and the battery's out, and then the starting soon screen is gonna be Noel plugged into a wall.
Lol,
and then it'll be
nice.
like on a 5-minute. It'll be like on a 5-minute timer. And it slowly, as the 5 minutes go on, it just goes from 0% to 100% charge, and then in 5 minutes, then we'll like start the stream.
Hello, Chino. Jinx Chino says hi. Hello, Chino.
Chino?
Support, I really don't even know what you would do with Amber support. Her ability to support is so scuffed. But honestly, this looks fine. Noblesse and Instructors. Yeah, that looks fine, honest. I genuinely don't know how the hell you would build an Amber support, because she's kind of terrible at it.
Holy shit, the download speed went from like 1 or 2 megabytes per second down to 0.09. What the fuck is this update?
Everyone's downloading it right now, so maybe meant to spam on as much as possible. it's it TPS, but really Amber carry or Amber support is super scuffed. Sec. Turn this up. Alright. Let's see here. Have y'all calced Jade versus Crescent? Because I haven't. So I actually don't know which is better. But Crescent is one of a few 4 stars that actually rivals 5-star output. Especially on Xiangling due to her its synergizing disgustingly well with her 6 hits in attack 3 through 4. Like I said, I have not calced it, but it's so if you have, cool, but if not, I would imagine it's surprisingly close. Comparing the two is on my list of calcs to do. Haven't gotten around to it though. Oh, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Professor Sunday. Amber support is amazing. Her Baron Bunny gives god tier moral support, not gonna lie. Okay, fair. The Fumo is fantastic in terms of moral support. I will agree with that. That's fine. Glads is her best sets. Early game is fine. Is a, like... 80% or something physical carry. Fizz Cup is much better on a Fizz carry Xiangling. Probably also better still on a Jade Spear Xiangling, but don't quote me on that because I have not calced it. I would be genuinely surprised if her ability outputs DPS, if her ability DPS outs did her basic combo, though, to be honest, especially with Glad's set. That's fine. Note for Crescent Pike being stupidly busted might be nice. It's the actual best 4-star in the game. Specifically on Xiangling, it beats out some 5 stars in output and is more easily refinable. Supports Kunwu's Iris Rift is even out yet, but otherwise, yeah, this is all accurate. Crimson Witch is actually a good recommendation on Xiangling because she's almost always trigger. Which is actually good on Xiangling because she is generally the trigger to her comps. However, you do need to specify that because if you are using her, say, on a Mona Vaporize team, then she is never trigger, and the set is useless. Energy recharge, EM, attack. Yeah, that's good. Pyro percent up is more of a priority than attack in basically every situation. Otherwise, looks Gucci. Dun, da, 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 dun. Talent priority, Pioneer Guaba, Dofu, correct.
Alright, I'm back.
Allah. Gula Favonia, Black Sword, Lion's Roar, Harbinger of Dawn, Flutes. Does Flutes really lose to Harbinger and Lion's Roar? Generally speaking, Lion's Roar gets really low uptime on its passive on Bennett, because at most he is applying Pyro once every 2 seconds. If you have any reactions built into your team, he gets 0%. 0% Lion's Roar passive uptime. Flute also still beats BP on LS carries in groups due to the AoE damage on its passive.
Again, guys, this Excel sheet is viewable, but not in the form that we would recommend it in. It's got a lot of misinformation. That's why Jinx is commenting on it right now.
Yup. Let me turn this down. This is loud. All right.
Yeah, everyone's like, ooh, Flight of the Bumblebee.
Yup. It's such a loud composition, but it's good. I also can't imagine that Rancor loses to Harbinger either. Due to the way Bennett's ult works, he struggles really hard to keep Harbinger passive up, and it has such low base attack that the stats in my lights calculations on it on caging show it to be a rather weak weapon. Cries in 3-star weapon. However,
So-
if you've actually calced the output difference, because I have not, then ignore this. Geck.
So, guys, thank you for the 115 Zuos.
Thank you, Zuos. Can't wait for Genshin, but also can't wait for zombies. Also, you press update twice or once? Shit, good question.
Yeah, there's 2. That's why I told you to check.
Apparently, I have to open it up again.
Yeah, that's why I told you to check. And
Okay, we seem fine. Alright, preach.
Guys, again, this information isn't necessarily gonna be good. That's why we're editing it in real time. There's information in there that's just purely wrong. So,
yes, he can change. Yes, he can stack the passive up in 6 seconds, which is still frankly slow, but at least he is able to. But it only boosts his E damage. Even inside his ult, the majority of his damage comes from his physical damage auto attacks. He gets off a 4-hit combo in between every E, which is a much higher percentage of his DPS outputs when in ult, and an even higher percentage when he is not in ult and his tap E has a 4-second CD. Glad's is his go-to set. Considering his basic combo makes up the majority of his damage output as a carry at all times.
There, I'm pinning the comment. Jinx, it says this is being worked on. The information on the
sounds good.
is not
Thank you,
entirely
Volpal
good.
Prybar. 169. I had internet trouble with the update in the middle of things. I don't know if you saw the last donation, but if you did, the answer is Chi-Chi and Chong. God damn it! I did not get that correct. I did not get that correct. Chi-Chi and Chong are the biggest potheads. Like, you mean in lore or just in your opinion? Because they both talk like potheads, if that's what you mean. But you're talking about like in lore. You are always supposed to tap E, Zephyr. In the time it takes you to do a level 3 charge E, you get to use a second E inside of his ult at Ascension 4. It's not worth it. It takes too long to charge is the big issue. And it takes too long to animate.
Jinx, Chi-Chi, Cheech, and Chong.
I don't get it.
Potheads, Cheech and Chong. Zach, Jay, thank you for the $1.
I don't get that either. Thank you,
Jinx,
Zachary.
what do you mean? You don't get what Cheech and Chong are?
No.
Cheech and Chong, the fucking pothead. What are you doing?
Running a melt comp and wants to focus on pyro.
No, okay,
Burst
so no.
outputs. Fizz percent
Max,
is
Jinx
better
partook
for
a
Bennett.
lot. But he must not have been one of those stereotypical potheads that walked around in like fucking weed socks and a weed shirt
never.
And a hemp hoodie.
I just did a lot of drugs when I was younger.
And a fucking like Rasta beanie and shit. So
Fizz percent is better for Bennett than pyro percent for the reasons I mentioned in the artifacts comment.
Cheech and Chong are
and
basically
even
just pot
in
movies.
a melt comp, you actually get more total DPS returns from a cryo cup instead of a pyro cup. Pyro is nice, however, to boost burst damage if you value that over nice how to boost burst damage if you value that over what's it called? Sustains total DPS. Which
Guys,
has
no.
its place.
Oh my god, I pinned the damn comment. You cannot use this as a reference sheet. This like 5 questions.
Read the fucking pinned comments.
Read the fucking pinned comment. Put it on the screen, Jinx. Just put it on the fucking screen.
I was gonna change the title, but that works too. Alright, let's see.
And also, Jinx isn't too young to know who Cheech and Chong is. He's just probably out of that circle.
I wasn't really
a
a stoner. I just did drugs.
Zach J, thank you for the 2.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't really. Thank you so much. Meant to ask what you think about Razor with Skyward. It's probably good on him. It's a 5-star, so it's probably better. It has an energy recharge substat, which is kind of a waste on Razor, frankly speaking. But it's not gonna be bad. It's probably still gonna be animus. I haven't calculated it though. Gravestone is clearly his best weapon, but I don't necessarily know about Skyward. I haven't tried it. By the way, guys, if you ever ask me if I've tried something with X 5-star weapon, I don't use 5-star weapons. I have 5 stars, but I don't use them because I would rather just I will test stuff out. One second, let me make this text think.
Champ, the HDN fan, thank you for the 20 bucks. Appreciate the work,
comments.
especially during Monster Hunter World and now Genshin. Here's 10% what I'm spending on Child Banner. Thank you for the 20.
Thank you for the 20. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Phosphate. Read the pinned comment. We are fixing this sheet, so don't use it yet. Well, let's say we are read the pinned comment. Don't use this sheet yet. Okay, now I need to make that way fucking smaller. Holy shit. Oh my god, I need to be way fucking smaller. Holy shit.
White on white works very well, Kappa.
I'm gonna fix it. Give me a fucking second. I'm a slow streamer. I'm not used to doing things on the fly like this for my stream.
Why the Aquila on support Bennett? Because it's a huge increase for Bennett.
Base attack. It's because base attack.
Base attack.
Yeah. It's just because it has higher base attack, so it scales better. However, I am gonna make some comments on that, but yeah. Because it depends on whether you want more.
It's what I put on my support Bennett.
Yeah. Well, you were running him as a second carry. That was the difference.
No, he's just a support.
In that case, you might actually get more value out of running something like Favonius then.
I don't have a second Favonius.
Well, then never mind.
Yeah, it's on main character, GOMC. I feel like GOMC's ult is more important to get up because it gives everyone else ult charge.
There. All right. Now people can stop asking. Okay.
No, they'll still ask.
Yeah, true, but
I'm just gonna ban anybody who asks. Just straight ban them.
no. Instructors is really bad on Bennett. He
What's up, Scorchy?
barely procs any reactions. I would personally recommend a double ER setup of Exile to Scholar.
Alright, Jackie Tong and
2.
Shadow band.
Noblesse gives stronger ults. Double ER gives much more frequent ults. Up to you, which is more important. But if you aren't running a double fire team, then objectively ER is better. To how low his ult uptime as support is without pyro energy from a main carry source.
How does GOMC's ult give other people ult? The 4th constellation, when you cast the ult, every enemy that it hits, it creates more energy for everybody on the team. And who will be rolling more? I feel like you're more interested in getting Childe, and I'm definitely more interested in getting Zhongli.
Hmm?
Is that about right?
No, I want both.
More interested.
No, I want both.
I mean, yes, you want both, but you're probably more interested in. I mean, you're definitely more interested in Childe because I don't even fucking want him.
Yeah, my interest in both is equal. Because I run Noel on my other team, and also he has potential to be a good burst support for physical teams too. So I have equal interest in both, honestly.
I just timed out somebody, and I don't know how to untime them out. It was timed out as a joke.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
No, why you do this?
Like, they were like, Jinx and Tuna ban any percentage, and I'm like, okay. Okay. I'm sorry, Blink, if you're still here. I'm sorry. Why did you give him the power? Because this is my channel, fucker.
Yep. Stop abusing your power, Tuner.
Tony you didn't even read Tony's donation. He donated $1. Did you read it?
No, Tony, you can't get a link to the doc. Read the fucking pinned comment, goddammit. You're one of my mods. I'm pretty sure you're someone I talked to about this doc when it came out 2 weeks ago.
It's only a timeout for 5 minutes, so Bink, if you're there, it'll be over soon.
Oh no, Tuna, why? Why?
Because I did it for the meme. Also, I'm trying to figure out why my voice, it's like sounds so shitty on your end. Why the hell does Discord sound so bad?
Ah, probably because I'm downloading an update.
Because it doesn't sound that bad, like if I'm like watching the Twitch videos. So it's just from your end.
Yeah, it's probably just, I have no idea, honestly, but slowly outside of a double pyro team, and ER is more valuable, especially on Abyss 9 through 12, where you need the ults uptime the most.
Wait, maintenance is over, so you can actually play right now?
Wait, what, really?
Well, I mean, you don't have it downloaded.
Yeah, apparently it's gonna take me 6 hours.
Yeah. Shit, audio codecs? I don't know. Discord's just... I don't know.
Attack is not good on Bennett. His ult...
David Andrus, thank you for the $5, man. Thanks for the
this?
great vids. Any musings on gearing Diana?
We'll look at it when I actually get to try with her. I think sacrificial bow will be really good on her, but we'll see.
Jinx,
Attack
by the way,
is really bad to invest on Bennett. I assume the reason you recommend it is because you think it buffs his ult, which is a common misconception. His ult buff only scales off base attack, meaning that any attack investments in him are basically useless unless it's levels on him or his weapon.
No, it's definitely going through my
his
actual
priority stat for artifacts on support Bennett because more ults is good. Support Bennett.
How do I sound? Do I still sound the same, or is it... Jinx, does it still sound really shitty, or?
I don't know. You've always sounded fine to me. It doesn't sound bad to me, so I can't really tell a difference. You're quiet, though. You're really quiet.
That's actually really... No, that's good. Yeah, that sounds way better.
Yeah, I can not hear
No,
you
wait,
too
it's
well,
not
though.
perfect. Shit.
You're pretty quiet, and you're already at 200% on Discord, so I can't turn you up anymore.
It's really even on the stream, which is the most important part.
Skyrider actually, surprisingly, is very close to Favonius in output due to its passive applying, even if you switch off XQ. Still worse, but close and worth mentioning.
Okay, how is this for...
Actually, fuck. The
level?
Is surprisingly very close to Favonius. How did I misspell surprisingly?
Oh, you're wondering why I prefer Zhongli. That's because I have a Noel battery comp for my account. That's like my main team is Noel, and Zhongli is basically made for a Noel battery comp. He's gonna probably, yeah, I'm gonna wail hard.
to pop his ult off cooldown. Noblesse is neato because 20% more ult power and the buff, but compared to saving 21 whole seconds between ults, because you are running ERX2, there is no contest on him. Noblesse
Yeah, I agree.
is
I'm trying to figure out why it sounds like that.
is a luxury set only, and only can really be run on him assuming you have a way to fix his ult uptime through C6 or a Hydro carry. Again, in theory, needs to test when Childe comes out.
Imagine using a 5-star as a battery for Noel. You mean like I am with the GOMC?
I mean, guys, Zhongli's not... His kit doesn't look like it's built to be a carry. He's supposed to be a support.
Yeah.
He's not really built to be a carry based on what we've seen. Unless his basic attack combo just has ridiculously high, like, DPS for some reason. Like, he's not really built to be a carry. He's supposed to be a burst support.
Okay, so here, because people are asking now that I've talked about that, let me just take a second. So basically how a Noel battery comp works is Noel can't create her own energy. She's one of 2 characters that can't create her own energy off of her E, the other one being Barbara. She can obviously gain energy by hitting stuff with, you know, her auto attacks, and then she gets energy when she meets certain thresholds on the enemy. Usually it's around 50% and, like, dead. So basically what you do is you swap to a character. For instance, you'll swap to GOMC, use her Meteor, and then as soon as that energy is created, you swap back to Noel so that she can absorb the energy particles. And then you'll basically rotate off of your characters. For instance, I've got Noel, GOMC, Bennett, and Jingchu. And so I'll swap to Bennett. I'll swap back to, you know, cast his E, swap back to Noel, absorb the energy. Then I'll go to Jingchu, use his E, swap back to Noel to absorb the energy. And then I will basically auto attack, and then I will do an auto attack reset by swapping to GOMC, throwing her E down, and then swapping back into Noel. Then I'll do my full combo, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I'll auto attack reset onto Bennett, throw his E, and then basically repeat that until everybody has their ults, or at least Noel has her ult. Cast the ult, start bashing shit. Ningguang would be better replacement than the GOMC, not for energy regen. No.
Yeah, she's a better burst support, but the GOMC is the GOMC is worth like 2 Ningguangs when it comes to energy generation.
Yeah, Ningguang is just not. Ningguang creates more shields, and you know, probably does do more damage, but you're mostly interested in getting Noel to have her ult off cooldown 100% of the time. You don't ever want her ult to be down.
I just read the notes section, which explains the choices. But still, Noblesse is objectively not his best set. Having 2 weights, 1 to 2 more ease between ults due to lack of ER is literally having or thirding his outputs as a burst support, burst/reaction support. %20 more burst damage does not make this up.
Anyone asking about the doc? Read the pinned comment. Read the pinned comment. Read the pinned comment. Read the title of the screen. Read the pinned comment. Ning on Geo battery gives 12% Geo. Yes, that's true, but energy is more important.
To be honest, I wouldn't even make a second recommendation, lol. Bara exists to heal and use DS. Noblesse is also an option on Bara to add more damage amp for the team into her setup. I personally run that because honestly her healing is sufficient to me without any artifacts other than a plus 16 flower.
You can run Ning and Geo MC. In fact, I'm gonna try to run all 4 to be Geo. See if that works out any well.
Yep, that looks fine.
Yep, cock.
Wait, I actually crunched this for a friend back in the day. Early game, Sky Rider actually beats the Bait Club despite not having a passive for Chongyun. The Bait Club passive once per 15 seconds is really bad. The
Noel is still
raw
a good
attack
DPS
bonuses
below C6, but
Sky Rider beat it out on Chong, which is really funny, in my opinion. Looks good. Same as above, I would consider cryo percentage a higher priority for investments because no single artifacts can match its DPS gains on a mono damage type carry. Or in general, really. That looks good.
Debate Club passive is 3 seconds. Once every 3 seconds.
Yeah, but he can only press E every 15 seconds. So you only get one passive. He gets to use it once every 15 seconds because he can only use an elemental skill once every 15 seconds. How does Debate Club beat Animus ever on Chong? I haven't calced it, but if it loses to Skyrider that has a Fizz percent substat, I can't see it ever beating Aminus. He can only use Debate passive every 15 seconds.
Kevro, thank you for the 2. Best weapon and set for DPS Mono support Fischl.
Also recommend Noblesse. Free damage bonus for cheap when he pops his very frequent ults as a support. It's what I personally run on him due to instructors not really being worth in terms of damage gains on my melt setups. Actually, I haven't calced that. Now that I think about it.
Oh, Jinx, your music's not playing.
It is, it's just really low.
Oh.
I'm not sure if instructors is better in a melt setup. To be honest, I need to calc that setup. The watching out for his cryo field overwriting elemental attacks seems unnecessary. Literally, the only real reason to run Chong as a support is for the cryo conversion. Except, I guess, in Abyss 7 and 12, because you need him for counter. You need him to counter. For 2E shields, Probs wants to mention that the only real reason to run a Chong support is for cryo conversion. Kaya, I have... Glads is better. Glads is better if peeps insist on running him as a carry. And as you mentioned in the notes, it's not ideal. To be honest, I've never looked at his cryo versus physical outputs percentage, but whichever is higher is still more worth investing in for his cup artifact than attack percent, due to attack percent being kinda bad to run on a cup. Probably still more worth. Sack sword, Skyrider sword, cool steel. Instructors. Let's see. Probably wants to make a note that instructors works if you activate the passive. He is basically never the trigger character, but the extra EM on the trigger is nice for melt setups. Personally, I would recommend double ER, Exile 2, Scholar 2 as his best in slots because more ults. He exists to apply as much cryo per second as possible. Double ER enables that. In my
Jinx,
humble
there's
opinion.
quite a few people who are telling you that maybe you're misunderstanding what Debate Club's passive is? Do you want to like double read that just in case? Like pull it up and double check.
Sure, we'll go over Debate Club.
I don't know. There's like 10 that have said it, so.
So the way Debate Club's passive works is you either have to do a charge attack or an elemental skill. You get a passive and you deal extra damage. The damage can only occur every 3 seconds. However, this means that the only way Chong can do it is either by interrupting his basic combo. No, I'm saying 15 seconds because Chong's elemental skill has a 15-second cooldown. I'm not saying 15 seconds because the effect lasts 15 seconds. I'm saying 15 seconds because Chong Yun's elemental skill has a 15-second cooldown. So unless you decide to dumpster your DPS, wait, are you saying that if you use one elemental skill, every 3 seconds you do an extra damage of hit? Fuck, I really wish I could test this. Is that how it works? Everyone is saying yes.
Yeah, but obviously we can't test right now. So let's assume tentatively that the masses are correct. How does that change everything for you?
That makes the Debate Club much better than I originally thought it was.
Okay.
However, when I was testing it, it did not it
also procs with
per
normal
E.
and charged. After using an elemental skill, normal or charged attack.
Okay, let's look up a Debate Club test on YouTube then, because apparently I've been had this incorrect the entire time. Debate Club passive test. Genshin.
The day mode. Yeah, Jinx has day mode. I don't know why.
Okay, presses E. Gets one Debate Club proc. It's another Debate Club proc. Huh. How did I miss this? Okay. So it's a 15-second buff that just gives you those procs every 3 seconds. How did I miss that this entire time and no one's corrected on me on it so far?
I mean, man, you have to like deal with a lot of information. You know, it's possible to miss little shit.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, no one's corrected me on this yet.
I don't know.
Because I have talked about this many times and no one's corrected me on this yet. Okay, well, that changes things then, yeah.
I mean, you corrected him today. I don't know if anybody's corrected him before today.
I mean, it's been over a month since this game came out and I've been using Debate Club.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let me change my comment then.
Also, yeah, but also because it's a 3-star weapon, so who gives a shit?
Well, that passive actually makes it a lot more competitive than it previously was.
Cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
scrolling back up. Where the fuck did I mention Debate Club? On Razor. Scratch this. I apparently didn't know how Debate Club works.
Yeah, Penra, Jinx is really open to like new stuff. He's not really stuck in his ways. I mean,
Oh no, I mean you don't learn unless you're willing to be
gotta
wrong. I just didn't know I was wrong because no one's corrected me on this before.
And Jinx listens to me, which means he's a good guy.
I mean, sure, I guess.
Well, I mean, you finally looked after I told you, hey, maybe check this out.
Yeah, Skyrider R5 is also very strong on the Razor. I apparently
Thank you, Penra.
did not understand how Debate club worked, so ignore any debate or debate comments I made. I lost track of where they are on the sheet. Kek. My B debates club is pretty Gucci. Ignore what I said about Skyrider versus debate. I apparently never realized that it procs 5 times on 1E press.
Apparently.
I thought it was only on 1 proc per E press, and I was not corrected until today on stream. Again,
This man types worse than
ignore
Tyler Wood.
any
what the
of
fuck?
my debate club being bad comments. I have learned today. Okay, moving on. But yeah. Okay, back to Kaya. Well, that's good to know. Debate club's a lot better than I originally thought it was. Still was unanimous, but a lot better than I thought it was. More competitive. It just falls off around 70 or so. It's good to know that,
Hey,
though.
double check your Jinx. Double check your update. I just had an issue. I don't know if it's gonna be consistent for everybody. Just double check it though.
It's fine, but I'm gonna restart the update real quick, because that tends to kick up the download speed a bit.
Yeah. Mine like quit. It's just like there was an issue. So. Oh fuck, boys! We going up to 13 megabytes per second. Hell yeah, brother! 3 minutes. Not that it matters. None of us can play. Apparently, even if you download it and you like try to get on, it just like no, it's just maintenance mode. So it will not be available until 3 hours from now.
Honestly, I don't know about EM on Kaya. Yeah, he does. He is the trigger, but frankly, cryo reactions do piss poor damage unless it's melt, but in that case, he wouldn't be a trigger. The pyro attack would be. Okay. How does Wid Sith win when it has a 33% uptime on the passive and 1 out of 3 passives is useless for Ning unless you want stronger shields? I haven't calced it, but I can't see how that's the case compared to the consistent damage boosts from the other 3 options below it. Yeah, that looks good. Honestly, that looks good. Her sets are kind of scuffed. Looks good. Probs wants to mention that Glads is the only 5-star 18% though, so peeps don't invest in a worse set on accident. Geo damage crit rate, yep, looks good. This is the one time they actually put it in the correct spots for geo damage. Sparkling Scatter, Star Shadow, Jade Screen, yeah, looks good. Stack crit rate and crit damage. Use elemental skill and walk through before using E-Burst. Use damage, cancel her auto. Yep, that's all good, all correct. Up to you, but might want to note that Geo characters have high base values, but fall off late game in full synergy team comps because Geo has much less multipliers to take advantage of.
Jinx, couple people have asking, and I'm actually wondering too. I have perception on Ningguang, not good at all.
Oh, it is, yeah. Sorry, I didn't even realize that was missing on there. I'll make a note for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Which is fine for game balance. They trade damage for tankiness, which is fine.
Guys, read the top of the video and the pinned comment.
There's literally no way we can make this more obvious at this point.
Yeah, I just.
Also add in.
Do I need a bot? I'm gonna add a bot for you that just says it on cooldown every 3 minutes.
I was just adding eye perception. It's very competitive for best in slot 4-star weapon. Crit is nice. Passive is extra damage, and type 42 base attack is still decent. Is it 42? One sec. Perception Genshin. It's type 42, right? I wish I could check this in game, but oh, it's type 41. This is attack percent. Okay, it's actually not that strong, but it's still probably the best option. I haven't calced it though.
I just noticed, Jinx, your whale, the tail of the whale is a fucking KO.
I'd never noticed that. That's amazing.
We just fucking got everybody in this video, dude. Everybody watching right now just fucking got. Let's go. 2,000 people.
Fantastic. But yeah, it's not. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevro. I missed the super chat. Best weapon for and set for DPS Mono, support Fischl. That's hard to say. If you're using charge attacks, clearly you use a Wandering Troop, but otherwise there really isn't. Part of the reason that Mona struggles as a carry is there aren't good artifact sets for a Hydro carry currently. Like, you can't run Gladiators. If you do charge attack focus, you can do Wandering Troop. There isn't a Hydro set to boost Hydro damage, and double attack percentage is weak. So there really isn't a good set for carrying Mona until 1.1 hopefully releases a Hydro set for her to use. That's part of the reason why she's lower on the carry tier list, is that there legitimately isn't a good carry set for Hydro carries at the current moment, and there aren't really good sets for caster carries in general either.
Wait a second. No, this is like that. If a dog wore pants, would they wear them like this or that? This is that exact thing. Is the hand, is the KO below the waist because it's on the other half of the whale? Or is it above the waist because it's below it horizontally? Or above it horizontally? How do you dissect the whale? Do you cut it in like horizontally or vertically? Where is the whale's waist? Jinx is just like, this is not what we're talking about.
I didn't even hear what you said, honestly. As soon as I realized you were talking about unrelated shit, I completely tuned you out.
You tunered me out? Hey. Chat, I'm alone. I'm sorry. The silence is deafening.
Also add sack fragments in there. I hear you. I'm just trying to tune you out so I can focus on like actually thinking about this shit.
This fucking chat.
If you are running a Ning as a GO energy / burst support for Noel, you want a sack fragments to get more energy gen for Noel carry. However,
pity does carry over on the character banner. The pity will carry over.
best in slot for a Petra support, just because Petra supports, unless you are also investing in being a burst support. You can do, but I would not fully recommend due to her lower returns on investments.
People want you to acknowledge Skyward Atlas.
Skyward Atlas?
Yeah.
Oh, on here? That's probably a good idea, yeah. Also, wasn't there another one I was supposed to recommend that I fucking forgot about because we got into the whole debate club shit?
Yeah, the higher perception.
Oh, okay, I already got that one. Cool. Alright, cool. Skyward Atlas. What the fuck does this shit do again? Okay, yeah, no, that's... yeah. Also, Skyward Atlas is strong as fuck. Not sure if it's better than Lost Prayer, to be honest, but it's still strong as fuck. And I cannot imagine how With Sith beats it. But again, haven't calced it. It just strikes me as incredibly sus.
And hey guys, remember you can follow the Twitch channel where I stream and Jinx hangs out. Twitch.tv/tuner. We got it on the screen there.
Exile is
especially frisky. You can throw a sub if you got a Prime. That's free for you. You can link your Twitch to your Twitch Prime.
Exile 4
Help support the channel.
Is a better set for oh shit. We should probably hop back into the mathlessness because Heika was gonna join too before you called me. So let's do that real quick.
Oh.
Yeah, I forgot that we weren't in the voice channel because you had actually called me.
Yeah, because you weren't in the voice channel.
Set for a Noel carry because Petra doesn't do anything for Geo carries. Noblesse is also an option if you are running with a Noel carry.
What the fuck happened? There's a bunch of people leaving the Discord.
Yeah, that looks
server.
good. This is just describing for burst damage. I have no clue. Whatevers. One sec, I got some messages.
Hey chat, click this link and follow.
Huh, Ira. Okay. Alright, so retracing Boli, Glad's full set. I don't fully agree with Bolide being absolutely better than Glad's due to it only giving you the damage bonus when shielded. Late game, it is entirely possible for crystallized shields to get one shot, making the uptime on it a bit scuffy depending on your comp.
He's streaming for somebody right now, Epic. So I don't know. He'll figure it out later, I guess.
Who? What?
Heika's streaming to somebody, so I don't know if he's gonna join us.
Huh? Oh yeah, no. Heika knows that we're in here. It's fine. He said he's gonna join late. He'll probably join a bit later, so whenever he decides to.
Yep.
He's playing Arknights right now, so.
Yep.
Really competitive with each other. Competitive with each other. Bolide provides more overall bonuses, but has potential uptime issues depending on the strength, the content, and whether your team has enough echoes / LA application to refresh shield regularly.
Yeah, Jinx is gonna try to pull for Childe tonight.
Yep. Lads always increases your combo damage, which is valuable
Skyer.
late game,
Skyer, we were
and
gonna go to
will
try to see
be
if
more
that
valuable in a theoretical mono geo team with Zhongli due to lack of aura elements to crystallize with. Not
Were you
that I
ever a
think
sommelier?
that will be a super good comp. A sommelier?
Yeah.
No,
Were
that
you ever
requires
actually one or just like...
no, that requires certifications. I never got the certifications.
Yeah. But no, so we were gonna try to test White Blind and Gravestone. Are you guys saying that people have already tested that White Blind does beat Gravestone on Noel at C6?
I mean, if there is data sheets for it, then I would like to see that, because
Somebody here.
so
Noel,
so
they,
here the problem is someone quote unquote testing it. If they only
Crush
test it on their own
SG.
build.
Yeah.
Crush SG is the biggest Noel simp. Interesting.
Yeah, Crush SG. And somebody linked me a Crush SG thing before, actually. Yeah, because he was like, oh, you like Noel? Here, check this video. Who was it? I can even find the video for you. Hold on. Yes, this one. I got it for you.
Yeah, I can't even find him on
I'm DMing
YouTube.
it to you right now. It's in your DM.
Oh, that's probably why I misspelled crush. All right, let's see here.
What's up, folks? Crush SG here, Benz. Its
Like.
base attack is right smack in the middle of the range when
Subscribe.
it comes to Claymores. In my opinion, while this is undoubtedly the best in slot weapon for any support Noel, it is debatable for a primary DPS Noel specifically, depending on your gear and your stats. Nonetheless, it is an excellent weapon and will last you easily well into the endgame if you are free to play. The prototype
Ooh, I
Emerald,
like
on
his
the other
voice.
hand, has percent attack as its secondary and a chance to deal a huge hit ever so often. Its base attack is also in the highest tier among the 4-star Claymores. This is generally the Claymore most folks end up crafting because it can be used by all Claymore users very effectively and could arguably be the better choice.
You're
for
looking
an
at the
F2P
weapon DD?
player,
Yep, okay.
because your weapon options are very limited, so choosing a weapon that can be used by anyone else may be more efficient. Now, while it's less optimized than the White Blind is for Noel specifically, it's still a perfectly fine weapon that'll last you well into the endgame. Just to be clear, because I know this could sound confusing to some, the TLDR is craft the Eminence if you are unsure about maining Noel in the long run and want the versatility of swapping to another Claymore user. Craft the White Blind if Noel is 100% your main waifu, till death do you part. If you made a mistake along the way, don't fret too much, both weapons are great.
Kevro, thank you so much for the $2 super chats. Says here, Sands of Eon on Mona DPS, attack percent or energy recharge. Mona DPS? I am actually genuinely not sure in that case. Attack percent should theoretically be better, but it also depends on how much. I would probably still say ER because she also gets the Hydro bonus from ER. On top of the fact that that ER means she gets more ults, and even when Mona is your main carry, her ult is still her primary like main burst damage in her kit. Her standard DPS is not that high, so.
Jinx, since you're answering them already, they actually donated. I told you earlier, you must have missed it. They donated $2 as well earlier, and they asked what would be a good DPS artifact set for Mona.
I already answered that.
Fischl.
Yeah, I already answered that. The answer is I don't actually know. That's part like that's the thing when I was explaining that part of what makes Mona not a strong carry is the fact that we don't have a good carry set for her. Wandering Troop is the closest if you focus on charge attacks on her, but we just don't have a good carry set for her right now, which really hampers her ability to be it because we don't have a Hydro set. Otherwise, you'd run 2-piece Glads, 2-piece Hydro set, but we don't have a Hydro set. So, like, she can't use Gladiators 4-piece. 2-piece attack percent is very weak on virtue of 2 of your pieces having to be 4 stars and it just being a low overall damage gain in general. And Wandering Troop is the only thing that can really apply to her, but Wandering Troop only buffs your charge attack damage, so you have to run a charge attack focus Mona. Like, we just don't have a good set for her to use right now. Unless you run, like, Bow Lead with a Petra support, that's, like, the only situation. Like, there just isn't. There is just a lack of, good sets for her right now. She may become a more potent carry if we get a decent Hydro set in 1.1, because Child's coming out.
Now, if you are paid to play on the other hand, let's talk about your options.
Oh, speaking of Noel Sims, by the way, guys,
undoubtedly be the Battle Pass reward, Serpent Spine. This is
the Twitch channel is going to have 40 Noel emotes by the end of the month. So if you're simping for Noel and you use Twitch, Twitch channel will have Noel emotes.
Frees up your headpiece for a DPS step, whether it's crit damage, percent attack, or percent defense.
Actually, I didn't consider this before, but Serpent Spine might be the best in slot 4-star for Noel. Because not only is she able to ignore damage through shields, crit rate is a significantly more valuable stat on Noel than attack is, or defense.
Yeah, because she has that huge attack star.
Yeah, because her attack gets so fucking big when she presses ult. Like, she hits easy 3k attack when she pops her ult, so any gains you get from a little bit more defense, a little bit more attack is, like, relatively minor.
Okay, so wait, on Wave Splitter then, would you want to...
I never thought about this, but...
So hold on, with Wave Splitter then
you keep stacks if you swap.
Then?
No, you still can. You keep the stacks if you leave field. It says right there.
So it will not be reset if the character leaves
Just
the field.
reread
It will be reduced by 1 stack when the character takes damage. Okay, so when you have a shield, are you still taking damage, or does it count like the shield?
Shield doesn't count. So this actually may be best in slot. I never really considered it, but this is probably better than White Blind on her.
Where the fuck do you get that?
Battle Pass. It's a Battle Pass weapon.
Wait, shit. Oh, no.
Yep.
Does that mean I can't get it anymore?
Diluc is terrible with Serpent Spine in general, because if he sets the ground on fire underneath him, it burns all the stacks. I would not recommend it on him. It can work, don't get me wrong, but Aminus is still competitive with it for him. Like, it's worse, but the problem with Serpent Spine is Serpent Spine requires you not to get hit on other characters. So, if you can genuinely tell me you never get hit when you play your Claymore carries, Serpent Spine is better than Aminus.
Pog.
But only if you can genuinely tell me you never get hit or very rarely get hit on your carries. Because if you get hits, this is worse than Aminus is.
Are all the battle passes going to have the same battle pass weapon?
We don't know. We only know the new one's going to have the same one. Dude, that's all we know.
That's going to be fucking sick, dude. That's way better than White Blind.
Bonus damage at rank 1 refined. That's a lot of damage.
The crit rate's huge.
Downside of this buff is it makes you take up to 50%
So then wait, what? Because if you run that, and then you run a crit helmet, I mean, you're talking
Another
like...
annoying thing about this mechanic is that
plus with some random crit rate shit?
Dot from the pyro debuff or burning ground counts as 1 hit per tick of damage.
This is the issue with Diluc.
Sizzle, thank you for the 1337.
Of seconds if you don't have a shield up. Even though burning ground and the pyro debuff only do 9 damage per tick. Other than that,
maintenance won't be done until
right in the middle of the 4-star pack.
2.5 hours from now.
Now, there are only 2 Claymores currently available that have crit rate based modifiers. One is the Serpent Spine and the other is the Royal Greatsword. Now, the Royal Greatsword was purchasable from the shop with 424-star glitter, but at the point of recording this video, the items have rotated out.
I'm gonna have to watch this. I'm
so
really interested.
Already, this weapon can no longer be purchased, though I suspect it'll be back in about 4 rotations or so. My best guess would be 2 months of the current items, maybe 2 months of the lithic weapons, and then it'll rotate back to the royal weapons. But this is 100% speculation. Maybe a beta tester would know better than me. If you already purchased the Royal Greatsword, let's talk about it. Its secondary stat is percent attack, but its bonus provides a stacking crit rate buff that stacks up to 5 times, resetting every time you land a crit. This value is increased by 2% per refine level, maxing out at 16% crit rate per stack. Now this simple one-line description actually hides a buff mechanic that is extremely difficult to quantify for those like me who are not math inclined.
Thank you for saying that, because the reason why I have never calculated the output potential of a Royal Greatsword is because this passive is one of those types of passives that is incredibly annoying to calculate. Incredibly annoying to calculate because it doesn't stay frequent and you have to basically make a probability deviation plot to determine the actual curve for this. Like you cannot, this is not a simple thing to calculate a damage increase on. Yeah, I refuse to do it because it would just take me too much time, and I'm also just in general not very good at probability deviation plots. So, like, I refuse to calculate this. Like, if I were to calculate this, I'd have to ask, like, one of the math professors I know on Discord to do it for me, because I just genuinely don't think I could do it that well. Someone already did it? Neat. The problem is, though, you have to also calculate this based off of your starting crit rates. So you have to calculate this for every possible starting crit rate value as well to get an accurate damage increase for your starting crit rates.
Found that anything above a refined 2 could give more crit rate on average versus my level 80 Serpent Spine. This is, however, entirely dependent on your base crit rate without the weapon. Naturally, the more crit you have, the less value this weapon provides. Nevertheless, I took the gamer approach, and after days of manual testing, I found that with my rather high base crit rate of 37%, it feels like Refine 3 is just about on par with my level 80 Serpent Spine in terms of crit rate. And I stress the word feels, as this is completely anecdotal on my part. So my conclusion is that the Royal Greatsword will be competitive at Refine 2 or above, and definitely worth using at Refine 4 or 5, unless you already have an ungodly amount of base crit without the weapon, in which case, you really shouldn't be looking at crit rate on the weapon anyway. Another thing to note is that this Claymore has a higher than normal base attack, and this works out to about anywhere between 40 to about 90 more base attack at level 80, compared to some of the other 4-star Claymores. The only two other 4-star Claymores that share this base attack would be the Prototype
and this is anecdotal.
Yeah, I really appreciate that about him.
Moving along.
Because it is anecdotal, and I fully admit I never want to calculate the damage output for Royal Greatsword. It's a nightmare.
So I'll just give my quick judgment on it. It's not worth it. Crit damage as a secondary is very nice, but it has a very unreliable and somewhat mediocre bonus mechanic. 12% bonus attack for 30 seconds on kill. What makes this bonus unreliable is 2 phrases. 1, after defeating an enemy. 2, independent duration. For starters, I feel that any bonus that requires killing mobs is too situational.
Yeah, kind of agree, honestly.
Is long enough to make it useful.
Oh, they're independent durations. Oh, that
refresh
sucks.
the
You can't chain them together then.
Unfortunately, it doesn't.
You
refresh,
can,
meaning outside
but in order for you to get all 3 stack bonus, you have to kill 3 things within 30 seconds. And on top of that, you have to make sure the overlap of those 3 kills is enough. Is the duration you get of that 3 stack of 36% more attack is only the overlap of those 3 kills over each other. If that makes sense.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that you can't chain them together. As in, like, if you get 1 kill, it'll go, and then if you get another kill, it'll be like, okay,
it
so
won't
now you're
refresh the
gonna have
duration.
2 for 12. Yeah, it just is you have 1 instance of 12, and then you have another instance of 12.
Yeah,
and
I
they
just
overlap for a brief
the
moment,
only
and
reason
then
the only reason I mention is because you saying you can't chain them is kind of easy to misunderstand. It's a statement that's very easy to misunderstand because you can chain them together. It's just that they're independent timers on each of the buffs.
Yeah. You
But
guys
yeah.
sound like WoW players. I mean, we've both played World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I played beta and for a year past beta. I kind of dropped
and
MMOs after that.
I was a raider. I was like a hard raider.
It's going to be pretty tough to get the full value from this buff. On top of that, additional refines add a mere 3% to this amount.
Oh god, the additional refines are only 3% for Blackcliff? Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about Blackcliff weapons anymore. Especially the slasher because it's type 42. I think the longsword's type 44, which makes it a bit more appealing, but...
It's certainly good if you have nothing else, but it's just not worth the price, in my opinion, strictly. I'd take the 5 to 15 wish pools, or even the very important C1 for your Bennett if you don't have it already. Or maybe just save your Star Glitter for future use.
I like this guy. I have to look at more of his stuff.
Is an unreliable bonus in itself, and may not be worth it to you. I stress again, this is personal opinion. The Royal Greatsword's bonus is unconditional, i.e. it requires no specific action, no input, and no scenario for it to apply. The Blackcliff's bonus, on the other hand, is nothing but conditional. with an extra serving of conditionality to boot.
Kevro, thank you for the
boosted items in
2.
the
I
Gravestone
appreciate the
banner,
compliment.
the sacrificial greatsword.
Oh,
Its
thank you.
secondary is
Much
energy
appreciated,
recharge,
Kevra.
and its bonus provides a chance to reset the
Oh, also, apparently Sissel tipped 1337 and it did not ping for some reason 6 minutes ago. Sorry about that, Sissel. Any plans for a video on choosing your first level 7 talents? With how expensive and time game materials are, it would be nice to hear others' opinions before choosing. Yeah. I still am not 100% certain. I haven't spent any of my level 7 talents yet, just to give you some perspective on that. If I were to, it's probably my Bennett ult. Because you kind of have to consider, in all the teams you're going to potentially be running endgame, which abilities get used the most, and then which ones do you want to buff, and then which one gives you the biggest bonus for increase. In my case, that would be Bennett ult, because Bennett is basically always going to be the healer or carry slot on any of my teams.
The weapon type is based on its damage, so when he says type 44, he means that it has 44 base attack.
Yes, exactly. The type, when we say like type 42, type 44, type 41, that means 41, 42, or 44 base attack. And they do not scale linearly, so like, for example, a type 44 4-star versus a type 41, I believe at level 70 has 26% more base attack than a type 41.
Yeah. It's pretty gross.
So like that's what makes a lot of weapons that seem like they be good not good, because if they're a type 41, they have so much less base attack than the type 44 weapon does. It's also why weapons like Rancor can still be good, like the Rancor craftable longsword, because it's a type 44, so it just, even if you can't use a physical substat on it, in some cases it's still good to run because it's a type 44.
the cooldown of your shield on use. Energy recharge, chance of resetting the shield, the benefits are self-explanatory here. As mentioned earlier, it also has one of the highest
My
base
type
attacks
44
of
is
all
4
4-star
stars,
Claymore.
yeah, because
So it is a
and then
decent
at
option to
5
consider,
star they
especially
get
if
to
you use
what,
a bow like
40,
set.
52 to
Next we have what I
56,
think is the
I think?
crowd favorite here.
Sorry, what?
At 5 star it's like 52 to 56
46,
or something?
48.
48, okay.
46 and 48, that's the only two types we have for 5 stars.
Okay.
On my channel at least.
I know
The
it gets
Favonius
really
Greatsword.
fucking...
Now the strength of this weapon lies in its bonus, which recovers energy upon landing a crit. I tested this personally and can confirm that it definitely increases your burst uptime at Refine rank 1, though it doesn't give me specifically a 100% uptime. This effect does increase every Refine rank, so my guess is a Refine 3 would net me true 100%, which opens up the option of investing heavily and almost entirely into defense and crit stats for damage. 100% burst uptime? Sounds great. We have now attained godhood. End of weapon deep dive, right? No. Let's talk about its downsides and limitations. First, it has the lowest base attack of all 4-star Claymores. 41 base attack at level 1 translates to 48 less base attack at level 80 versus the White Vine or the Serpent Spine, and a whopping 96 less base attack.
Yep,
than
96
the
less base attack compared to a type 44, which is a big difference.
Worth of base attack value at level 80. Second, it lacks any raw damage related bonuses. Energy recharge as its secondary stat, energy recovery as its bonus mechanic, self-explanatory. And lastly, its usefulness is hard capped once you are able to achieve a 100% burst uptime.
Yep.
Meaning, if you hit 100% uptime at Refine 2, more refines provide no more value, and there is no further way to improve this weapon. That's the trade-off with this weapon, folks, sacrificing raw damage for a 100% burst uptime. It's a toss-up at the end of the day, because securing a 100% burst uptime is an extremely ideal scenario for Noel. However, after all the testing I've done, my conclusion, for me specifically, is that with the team compositions I generally run, factoring in my gear, my playstyle, and preferences, I'm personally perfectly fine with the 70 to 80% uptime that I currently have, and I'll just keep the raw damage gains from using something like the Serpent Spine.
Yep.
Now,
Agreed.
finally, we have the 5-star
If you build a team comp
Right,
around
and
genning
it's
Noel's ult
Before we go
uptime,
on,
you
I
don't really
make
need to
an
invest in her
important correction
stats
to
for
a
that,
statement
and
I
it's
made
better to get
recently
more
in my
damage out of her
damage
ults.
calculation video regarding the Wolf's Gravestone. Because I don't have one, the source of my info was naturally the Genshin wiki, and the wiki still currently lists its bonus as 20% base attack with a 40% base attack bonus to the entire party. While making this video and browsing actual images and videos of the gravestone in-game, I realized that the correct bonus is actually just plain 20% attack and a 40% attack to the entire party, not base attack. While this doesn't change my conclusions about the weapon, and in fact makes it a tad worse than what I thought it was, it is still a mistake that needs to be corrected because I dislike misinformation in general. Okay, with that out of the way, let's take a look at these two weapons. First, we have the Skyward Pride. Its secondary gives a large amount of energy recharge, which is good for burst uptime. The first part of its bonus gives 8% damage. Now this sounds negligible, but it isn't. This 8% is multiplicative, so it is always worth noting. The second part of its bonus essentially causes 8 extra hits whenever you use your burst. 1 extra hit for each of the first 8 hits that you land during your burst, to be more specific. Each of these hits deals 80% of your sheet attack and also deals damage to all targets in a straight line in front of you. Next, we have the Wolf's Gravestone. Its secondary gives percent attack, and the first part of its
Hello,
bonus
I am
gives
here
plus
now.
20%
Hello,
attack.
Heika.
The
Hello.
second
We're
part
watching a
gives
Noel
40%
Simps
attack to the
video.
party for 12 seconds if you hit a mob with less
Nice.
than 30% HP. And this can occur
It
once
is
every
interesting
30
to hear his
seconds.
thoughts on things, but also he has said that he doesn't really math the stuff out, he just tests stuff out, so... Yeah, grain of salt and all that, but it's nice to hear another opinion on, like, Noel weapon comparisons.
For 12 seconds.
Alright, that's pretty good then.
Okay, so now that we know what each weapon does, let me take the opportunity to TLDR the rest of this video for those who just want an answer. I get lots of questions about 5-star weapons in the comments of my videos,
So
I'll
we
try
still
to answer
got,
most of
what,
them at
20
once.
minutes, technically?
In general, both these weapons are great for
Or
any
is it still
DPS
another
2
hours and
They
20
have
minutes?
2 hour
significantly
20.
more base
Oh, was
attack
it
than
2 hours?
4-stars
Oh,
do,
shit.
and
Okay,
usually
I'm
have better
completely
bonus
off then.
attacks.
Lol.
So naturally, refined ranks aside, they are proportionally and undoubtedly better than most of the 4-star Claymores, as anyone would expect. Between the two 5-stars, however, the Skyward Pride is generally the better choice
Yep.
for Noel because of how her
Agreed.
skills scale her damage.
Yep. Like I was mentioning before, Skyward Pride, the only Claymore carry that generally speaking prefers Pride over Gravestone is Noel, because Gravestone's 20% and 40% is incredibly minor damage gains for her, because her ults... Oh, he does math stuff out? Okay, good to hear. Well, we'll take a look at some of his other stuff later then. I just want to finish off this thing, but... yeah, like this 20 and 40% is incredibly low damage gains for Noel, because this is only off of your base attack percentage, and Noel gets, like, at C6 especially, she's getting an additional already bonus 1200 or so attack added to her because of her ults. So, like, the total percentage gains from this is very minor versus doing 80% of that giant attack number you have from popping your ults 8 times during your ults in a line. But yeah.
Undoubtedly better than most of the 4-star Claymores, as anyone would expect. Attack she gains from defense during her burst. One of the scenarios where Gravestone would be the better choice is if you build heavily into attack and don't have at least a C5 for Noel. Which should really be how you build Noel if you don't have C5 and want to run her as a primary DPS, in my opinion at least. That being said, because of how I build my Noel specifically,
mean C6?
Serpent Spine actually works out to
He
be
probably
better
means
than
C6.
Gravestone across any of the builds that I have right now.
Honestly, even without a C6, it would be difficult to see Gravestone still winning out, because you still get a massive amount of already additive damage, of additive attack from popping your ult. But again, they say that he maths these out, so we'll take a look at that.
Crit. Otherwise, the Skyward Pride is the best overall weapon for Noel.
Yeah,
Okay, that's the TLDR, folks. If that's what you were here for, feel free to move along. Thanks for watching my video.
because if he actually does math it
For those
out,
of you who
then
want to dig deep and know
interested to
more,
see that.
Let's hop over to the spreadsheet. As you can see, I have 3 tables here. One for the Gravestone, one for the Skyward Pride.
Okay,
and one
sweet,
for the
perfect.
Spine.
This is what we need.
All are assumed to be level 80 and rank 1 refined. For ease of calculation, I made a couple of considerations. First, because of how the stacking buff works on the Serpent Spine, I'm counting it as only 15% bonus, rather than the full 30%. This is because it is realistically impossible to have the full 30% damage buff up 100% of the time. A 50% uptime is probably more accurate, for me at least. Next, for the Gravestone, I
Broadwood, we
consider
don't
a
know until we
maximum
see him.
uptime of the 40% party bonus, meaning 12 seconds every 30 seconds on cooldown. This averages to an attack gain of about 16% on average throughout the whole fight. Lastly, I have no team resonance in play for all these calculations. This is my Gladiator balanced stats build. By balanced stats build, I mean I attempt to balance a portion of attack with defense, not having 100% attack and not having 100% defense. Now, I don't own a Gravestone,
Yeah, it will,
but I know
brother.
the exact stats of a level 81 and have put them in the same manner as the other 2 weapons. Okay, I'll spare you as much of the boring stuff as possible, but for those who care, we are calculating the average final damage dealt by a normal attack on a level 80 target, inclusive of critical hits, factoring in crit rate and mob mitigation. Mob default mitigation is an established fixed formula and is always 50% if it is the same level as your character. The orange cells indicate the bonuses specific to each weapon. The bonuses of the Serpent Spine and Gravestone are very straightforward, and they fit into the calculation easily. The Skyward Pride's bonus, on the other hand, requires some creative mathing to quantify, and this is how I did it. I took the total damage dealt by all 8 vacuum blades and averaged it across all hits throughout the duration of each
Oh
burst.
yeah, I should
The
probably
average
get my
number of hits
launcher up so
that
I
proc
can
during
update
each burst is 16,
or
excluding the initial
reinstall the
burst
game
because it
entirely.
doesn't proc a
Check.
blade anyway. Now this gives us the average bonus damage per hit. Yes, I am aware that this isn't a 100% accurate way of measuring it because there could be other factors at play. Such
I
as
mean,
the burst
honestly, what he does here is a pretty decent way of averaging the damage. It's probably how I would do it too, honestly, personally. Yeah, that's a pretty decent way of averaging the damage.
from a C6 and stuff like that. But this is
Because you
good
have
for
to make
the
assumptions
baseline
in these
calculation.
kinds of
Now, I
calculations.
could assume a 100% burst uptime for my Skyward Pride calculation, but I chose to use my Noel's average burst uptime of about 80% in the calculation. It's just because the way Skyward Pride works, it only works in burst. So I think it's important to get as accurate of a figure as I possibly can. Anyway, let's look at the results. We have 5.7k for the Serpent Spine.
Oh no.
What's up?
Is this accounting for... Is he account... Sec. He might have missed something in his calculation. I'm double checking it right now. 16 hits during burst. Total attack.
Bro, thank you.
Thank
for
you
the
so much.
2.
1 second. Time.
Jinx's favorite out of that list would be Beidou.
Hmm?
The best
Lisa,
waifu.
Mona, Amber, Barbara, Beidou, Fischl, Ning, Noel, and Traveler. Yeah, Beidou and Ning. I like both. Shit, what is Noel's? Noel. Genshin Impact. What is her motion value? Her damage percentage on her auto. On 6 is 115 plus 107 plus 125 plus 165.
We're currently looking at this video.
Should have to redo that. 5 plus 7 plus 125 plus. We're just checking to see if he missed something important. Multiply that by 4. Wait, how many hits did he say he got? Why am I not doing this on here? Okay. Let's see here.
Jinx likes Beidou because she's like black and red. And
I like her.
a
She's
pirate.
aesthetic and she's a
punk.
drunk. She's a drunk pirate. Yes.
It's not that she has big boobs and she's ada. It's that she's black and red.
Is that she's
Mostly.
aesthetic?
Yeah.
She's very aesthetic. And how many hits did he say he got out of that? 16 hits per burst. So perfect. So we sum this. Sum this equal to this times 4. Wait. 16 divided by fuck. It's 16 hits. So 16 hits is this times 4? Yes. I forgot how numbers worked. Times 4. 2048 motion value. With 4262. Raw damage from hits. Because he doesn't... Okay, so he has his bonus damage total here, right? 43%, 35%. This times 40.43 plus 0.35. That puts us at 68. Wait a second. I'm dumb.
Huh?
Okay, I'm a little bit off from him, but yeah, okay. I was making sure that in his raw damage from hits, he included his damage bonuses from this, which he did. So, yeah, then plus 0.8. I was just double checking to make sure he did include those bonuses because I was concerned he didn't. But he did.
Thank you for
so.
the 333.
Yep. Okay, we're Gucci. Never mind.
2K for
His math looks good.
2K for the Skyward Pride. As you can see, the Skyward Pride gives the
Yeah,
highest
it's looking
average
real
damage
fine.
output, followed by the Serpent Spine, then the Gravestone. Surprised? I'm not. As I've replied to many of the comments in my channel asking about the Gravestone, while it is a good weapon and better than virtually any other 4-star Claymore, it is not optimized for how Noel's damage works.
Yep.
It brings only additive attack to the table, which scales off of base attack values, whereas the Skyward Pride brings 8% multiplicative damage, and its bonus hits scale with total sheet attack.
Yep.
The Serpent Spine, on the other hand, brings crit rate and up to 30% multiplicative damage to the table, which is what makes it such a strong contender here. And yes, folks, of course I ran the numbers for the Favonia's Greatsword and the White Blind too. Here you go. 5.6k, 5.1k, 4.2k. The Serpent Spine leads the pack of 4 stars, with the White Blind coming in second. With
I like this
8.6%
guy's methodology.
Yes,
It's
this
good
is
for
a
estimations,
full
which is
size
really the best
with
you
the
can
White
do.
Blind, it's full buff, and the Serpent Spine
So
only
White
half
Blind
its
is
buff.
actually
I
pretty
gave the
low
White
then.
Blind every advantage I could possibly give it. Defense heavy build, 100% burst uptime, access
Huh?
to more than decent gear.
It's still the second best option after Serpent Spine. Late game. Still the second best option after Serpent Spine. Serpent Spine just wins on virtue of having a crit substat, and its passive
Wasn't it-
working really well with her shields.
I've
No,
said it
wasn't the
multiple
Battle
times
Pass
through
better?
the series, folks.
The other one.
Yeah, Serpent
Go back.
Spine.
Or no, go back.
Serpent
go
Spine
back.
is the Battle Pass
back.
weapon tuner.
Go back.
We don't have to tuner. Serpent Spine is the Battle Pass weapon.
Okay, that's not what. Go back.
Okay.
Okay, 5.1k, 4.2k. The Serpent Spine leads the additive attack to the table, which
Okay.
What's the other? Okay, so it was Serpent Spine in the first.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I didn't remember what it was
Spine
in the
only
first
half
one.
its
I said that 3 times. The Serpent Spine is the Battle Pass weapon tuner.
the
No.
white blind every advantage I could possibly give it.
Hold on, sorry,
Defense
let me
heavy
mute
build,
the video so I
100%
don't hear
burst
you twice,
uptime,
it's
access to
fucking
more
pissing
than
me off.
decent gear.
Sorry.
No, I
I've
didn't
said it multiple
realize
times
that
through the series, folks.
the
Don't
so when he
One
swapped to the
sec.
new thing,
Talk
I
to
thought he
Jenny.
had
Be right back.
2 different.
try to make a cookie recipe.
Sorry about that. Jenny needs something.
No, you're good. No, I
Yeah.
was like, I said,
Sorry, I
didn't
just realized I'm
realize
actually
that
kind of
when-
hungry, so I'm probably being a little testy right now because the only time I really get agitated or angry is
Yeah,
when
I
I'm
know.
hungry.
Dude, I'm not. I'm not. Like, if I could scroll back and scrub it myself, like that's the thing. If I could scroll back, I'd be like, oh, never mind. And that's why I'm like, you scroll it back.
Oh, I getcha. Yeah,
And
no,
it
like,
was terrible because like I had the audio going so I could hear his video while he's talking, but then I was hearing you and me, and like it was repeating, and I'm like, God, this is just go back, stop talking.
why did you have that? Why do you have the
Because
audio
I'm
for the
lis-
stream up?
Well, because I'm trying to listen to the video as you're going through it.
That's fair. Okay, yeah.
But no, so what I was confused about is like, cause when he swapped to the slide, when he swapped from whatever to this one, I thought he was comparing a whole new set of weapons, and I'm like, wait, so if he's got Serpent Spine there, what the fuck was the one in the first frame? And then I didn't realize that he literally just kept Serpent and then swapped new ones in.
Yeah, gotcha.
And I
just realized that I'm not sharing my screen with you. So when I was like circling it and saying it's Serpent Spine, it's the same one as the last one. You had a delay because you're not watching the live stream right now.
Right.
So
Yeah,
my
no,
bad.
it's
I
still-
forgot I
it's-
wasn't sharing my
it's
screen with you.
echoey and
Yeah.
delayed, and it's fucking terrible. This is
Yeah.
shit, but it's all good.
Nah, let me just screen share real quick to make this easier. Because I forgot to do that earlier. Boop. There you go.
The white blind is an excellent weapon for Noel,
Fuck.
but not for a primary
Now I can
DPS.
fucking.
Regardless of how you build
So
it,
long,
if it takes hard
YouTube.
math to prove
Fuck
it,
you,
there you have it.
chat. I don't need
Oh, by
to
the way,
see
I
this shit.
mapped everything else too. Balanced gladiator, full
No,
defense
I'll pop it
gladiator,
out.
full crit bolide,
I'll
because that's
pop
the
out,
only workable
chat.
bolide set I have.
I can still
And I got some
see
pretty
you.
ridiculous rolls on it too. Let's have a look at it.
Dude, Jinx and I have been talking long enough that I can tell like he's hungry.
Yeah.
He's-
He knows distinctly when I am getting hangry. Because it's really the only time that I ever really get testy or agitated is if I'm hungry, and I just
Sweet
realize
RNGs.
I'm so good at
It's
ignoring
like
how my
ginger
body
stuff
feels.
as
I
well for
just
Halloween.
realized I'm actually feeling
And
hungry
lastly,
right now.
never forgetting my sub C5 brethren. This is why building attack is the way to go for a sub C5 Noel. Let's take a look.
Big Pat Mashiro,
Full
I'm
attack,
sorry. Yeah, have
full
a Snickers,
defense.
Jinx.
Once again, 1800 attack, 2400 defense. There is absolutely no contest. Full attack is the way to go if you don't have at least a C5 Noel. Okay, let's finally get down to wrapping things up.
Oh wait, the reason he's
What
saying
should
C5 is because C5 also adds 3 levels to your ult, and that's when the
Oh, wait,
scaling gets
Jinx.
better.
Jinx, you're sharing the screen, not the video. I can't hear it now.
Hmm?
Share
the app.
Yeah, share your browser, not your screen.
Okay.
I can't hear it.
Okay.
There
Try
you
again.
go.
Press play.
Conclude from this whole exercise is that
Okay,
the white
thank
blind
you.
is the absolute best in slot weapon for Noel for everything outside of a primary DPS, in which case the Serpent Spine takes the reins handily. The Favonia's Greatsword is an excellent weapon if you're having problems with burst uptime and is the go-to slot filler, so to speak, till you can bridge the gap with better gear. The Skyward Pride is the better of the 2 5-stars for Noel specifically, whereas the Gravestone would probably be best in slot for any other Claymore user. I know I want one for my Razor. But are the current 5-stars worth pulling for if you already have the Favonia's Greatsword, the Serpent Spine, or the White Blind? My opinion would be a hard no. Save your money for when better 5 stars are introduced. Alright folks, that's it for weapons, and this brings me to the end of the Noel DPS guide series.
Neat.
Well, okay, my question is for you, Jinx, then, is this.
Go shoot this guy a follow, everyone. Crush. Oh wait, let me
True.
scroll up. Crush
Yeah,
SG.
I linked it
Yeah.
in chat.
LinkedIn
That
chat.
was
Go
it.
shoot this guy a follow. His stuff looks really good. I want to look through more of his stuff, just not on stream right now because we got other stuff to do. But
So my question is then for me, I have an R2 white blind. I don't have a battle pass weapon because I didn't have a battle pass until.
Mhm.
So I'm only gonna have an R1 battle pass weapon.
still better.
Still better. Okay.
Still better. The gap is significant.
Now,
You have a C6,
but
so.
but then what if you can like manage to get an R5 white blind, but you still only have access to an R1 battle pass sword?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if
'cause,
we
I mean, you
calculated
could-
that.
Because you can theoretically keep getting more. Like I mean, if you're lucky, you can get more Claymore prototypes.
Yeah. I don't know. He didn't calculate that, but the gap's pretty big is the problem.
Yeah, it's 500. Yeah.
That's 10%. That's a 10% output
Yeah, it's
difference.
10%.
A little bit over, but a little bit more than a 10% output difference, which it seems difficult for the white blind to cover that gap even with refinements, but I don't know. I haven't done this math. He did the math.
It's under 10%, Jinx. It's less than 10%.
Sec. 5654 divided by 5163 is 9.5%. Yeah, sorry, 9.5% difference. And this is assuming you have only a 50% uptime on the Serpent Science passive, which frankly you're probably going to be higher if you're playing Noel well, but it depends. In Abyss it's a bit messier because of shields. Yeah. No, like I couldn't tell you because I haven't done this math. But it would strike me that Serpent Spine still theoretically wins. But it again also this is for late game. This Serpent Spine gets better the more you have crit stats invested in your artifact sets.
Yeah.
Which
I guess I'm just wondering at this point now that I know that, should I even bother continuing to invest in my white blind?
Up to you really. If you want to aim for the Serpent Spine instead, go for it. You're probably not going to hit AR 45 before you get a Serpent Spine anyway. So it's not really a huge concern for you because 40 to 45 is when you want to be concerned about investing too much in the wrong weapons. But neat. Shoot this guy a follow. Crush SG. Yeets. Okay, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'm going to grab something to eat real quick.
Well,
Okay.
But I will...
I guess you should probably preface this saying only if you care about Noel, or maybe not. I don't know
Only if you
she's-
care about Noel, huh? Okay. Is he deafened on our side?
There he
Oh.
is. Yeah, I was like 2
I
hours
have
came
pasta
through your
now.
stream. I'd put on a random video for people to watch.
Lol. I'm back.
Jinx kind of acts like a smartass sometimes, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yep,
It's
I
funny.
do.
It's
I
an endearing
apologize.
character trait. It's an endearing character trait.
I apologize. No one's perfect. I try to not fall into being a smartass, but it comes up.
It's okay. It's
Yeah.
endearing.
Oh, thanks. I guess. I don't know. It is something I'm actively working on. Is not being a smartass and not mansplaining. It's hard when
Should
you
I just start
when you
calling
spend your
you out whenever you
entire
start
like teen life
mansplaining
doing
shit?
that though. Yeah, dude.
Should we just start calling you out for mansplaining?
Yeah, dude.
Alright, bet.
Jake, thank you for the 333. I do not know why my I guess I can go back to this page, but I do not know why my thing didn't point it out when you did do that, but I'm screwing myself by investing heavily into Geo late game. $15 account and AR-42 with C6 Noel and C6 Ning and plan on spend. If you have a C6 Ning and C6 Noel, you'll be fine. The thing is, like, we talk
Wait,
about.
Did he just say he had a C6 Noel and a Ning on a $15 account?
Apparently.
What the fuck are your rolls, buddy?
Yeah, that's insane luck considering Ning hasn't come on banner yet, but.
What the fuck are your rolls, buddy?
No, you're fine. The thing you have to realize is that, like, yeah, I'm telling people that, yes, you get the end game, you get less output from Geo, from other elemental teams, but you still get enough output. It takes a bit more investment, but you still get enough output, and by the fact that you have a C6 Ning and Noel, you're fine. You're definitely fine.
Yeah.
No, you'll be
I
fine.
wish I had a C6 Ning. God. fuck
Same.
me.
C6 Ning is an amazing burst support because those 7-star shades for your charge attack after your EQ combo is massive burst.
Valen, that makes sense because Klee's banner had a plus on Noel. Getting C6 Ning with $15 spent on an account is
Insanely
fucking
lucky.
insane.
Insanely lucky. Because you have to remember, Ning is taking up is just as likely to drop as any other 4-star character on standard banners. So like that is insanely lucky for that to happen.
Fucking puggers, dude. You get the nice job, bud.
Is this the guide? Nah, fuck. Let's go. What was his name? Crush
SG.
That is not how that works.
Spine leads the pack of 4 stars, with the white blind coming in second with 8.7.
Yeah, I've linked it in there like 3
Yes,
times. So
this-
Oh yeah, but I'm also linking it in here to just be like. Pride is much better than other options. Gravestone is surprisingly weak due to how much additive attack Noel gets from her ult. How much additive attack Noel gets from her ult. Serpent Spine is surprisingly best in slot for 4 stars. Check out this very well done video for the details. Bop. Oh wait, shit. There we go. Okay, cool. Bop bop. Comments. Bop. There you go. And I mean, honestly, you could just refer to his channel for anything. He clearly knows more about Noel than I do. So moving forward, just refer to his channel stuff for the recommendations on this sheet because he clearly has put more time into researching Noel than I have. Food is nice.
Yeah?
Still surprised that with Sith can beat 5 stars. I haven't looked into it. Go away. God Yeah, okay. To account for the low uptime on passive if you do damage calcs on its comment. EM's good recommendation. Veritas and Venera full set. Yeah, I mean all this looks fine. Oh, this looks fine. All right, that's all the 4 stars. 5 stars. Looks good. I would also make a note that serpents.
Yo,
With this, hey Tony.
Hey, Tony. What's
I
going
would
on,
also
dude?
make a note that serpent spine has issues with uptime on any Claymore carry, but can be particularly scuffed on Diluc. Diluc sets things on fire, like grass, if he touches it, he gets set on fire and loses all of the stacks. It also means if you take any pyro damage ever, you lose all your stacks for a pretty decent period of time due to the dot. But if you are really good at dodging, then it is objectively stronger than Amethyst. Same as before, I would recommend Pyro percent as the first artifact to upgrade or to invest in. Oh yeah, there is no grass in the abyss, which is totally fair. Like, you're totally right on that. There is no grass in the abyss. But it's just it's a thing to keep in mind with Serpent Spine. It's a thing that always keep in mind with Serpent Spine is that you have to not get hit for it to be good. Invest in due to being the highest power spike for one artifact. But yeah, I mean, honestly, this all looks good. Crimson Witch is just absolutely his best set. Diluc uses Crimson Witch better than anyone else. Even if he's not trigger for his comp, which he oftentimes can't be, he still just uses Crimson Witch really well. I would not recommend Witch on Klee. She applies Pyro very fast and a lot, meaning she is rarely trigger on her comps outside of maybe a Vaporize comp with XQ, but even then, she is very bad at stacking the Witch passive due to the long CD on her E, even though she can have 2 charges. Another decent, let's see, the other 2 sets are both competitive for best in slots, although Lava Walkers can't work on a Vaporize comp. Another solid option is to just go for raw stats with 2 Glad 2 Witches. Less potential damage than the others, but it is not situational. To get that raw outputs. Okay, cool. Comments. Yeah, I do not think Witches is a good set on Clee personally. Is it available? I don't know.
Welcome back to the land of the living, Tony.
Oh fuck, it's 1.1 up now? That was
What?
fast. Son of a bitch. Alright, let's finish the rest of these really fast.
Yes, yes,
Lost
yes,
Prayer,
yes, no, yes.
Widsith, blah 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 blah. Skyward Atlas is still really solid, and I would be
No, you're still good. It's
surprised
still
if
silver maintenance.
Am I?
I'm still silver maintenance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're doing it by waves.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for the tip, man.
Thanks for the 10. Much appreciated, Egg Woodley. The server's not up yet, but I can log in, I guess. Alright,
Yeah.
cool. If it lost to 4 stars, but I haven't calced anything on that. Mapamare, Favonius. How the hell do you use her as a support, but not Diluc? Like, how? I genuinely don't understand the concept of using Clee as anything but a carry. Like, because nothing in her kit really works as a support. I guess if you spam your E and then just switch off, but, like, that's not much output. Like, I guess I just don't quite understand the concept of her being a support. Because they... Oh, people legit asked for it? Wow. Okay.
Oh, because people asked for it.
Wow.
Okay, probably want to make a note that unless she is C4, she is really bad as a support. Glee is like Razor and built to be, and is designed to be a carry, a selfish carry specifically. Probably want to make a note of that, because I know people ask for it, but she's not a good support.
I mean, I can see if, like, you have problems playing her as a main carry.
Comments. Diluc, unlike Clee, is able to flex into being a solid burst support for the team, but his set literally doesn't change. He just doesn't he just switches off after burning his attack, weave, combo plus ult. Up to you if you want to make a note of that, Shrugu. I'm not even gonna bother looking at this fucking shit, because I know I know the our Kaching main Discord servers optimizers have already looked at this, so I'm just gonna completely fucking skip Kaching. There's no reason to. Anemo characters. Oh yeah, the server is still down for maintenance. Okay, cool. Alright. Anemo characters. Does Harbinger? Okay, real quick. Where is Harbinger of Dawn? What is its base? Like, I know it has a really nice passive and everything, but 28% crit rate plus crit damage, but it's a type 39. Whew, that is very low, even with its crit substats. I haven't done any math on Harbinger other than lightly looking at it on Kaching, but like 355 versus, let's just take Flute for example. 449 divided by 355. That's a 26% difference in just the base attack value. But crit is a total multiplier. I guess I'll just say math on Harbinger yet. Does it really beat out Flute on Jean? Otherwise, I can pretty much agree with everything there. 18% plus severe distance. I would place Glad's 4 set in competitive. Set as probably the best option. Jean's Anemo output as a carry versus physical from her auto attacking strikes me as possibly a low ratio. However, I have done 0 calcs for her. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. Got lucky on the pulse today. Haemon, Sacrificial Greatsword on Diluc. It's not worth losing the damage. It's nice that he gets to spam his E stuff, but it's not worth losing his the damage that you get from running Sacrificial, because you're losing offensive passive and offensive substats to do so. Okay, but physical for all those strikes me as a low ratio. However, I've done 0 calcs for her. Plus 35% on her attacks versus 15% on her Anemo damage strikes me as the better option. But I have not done any calcs on her. Similar to Artifacts comments, Jean's damage percent ratio to me strikes me as physical leaning, but I haven't done calcs, so it's possible I'm wrong on that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I would personally think you would run physical damage percentage, not Anemo damage percentage on Jean, because it would... it strikes me that her auto should be the higher ratio in her total DPS if she is your carry and not just like a burst character, like a burst support character or a healer. If you're actually running as your primary carry, it strikes me that she would do more physical damage than Anemo damage, but I haven't calculated it, so I can't say that for certain. Food. Alright. I personally value ER over attack on Jean, but that is personal preference. I would rather have much more uptime on her ult over slightly more healing damage on her ult. Making a also in Abyss 12 I would consider ER 100% the better option because you want her cleanse on ult up as much as possible for the condensed ice. Oh, thank you, Asar. C1 Cauliflowers count as elemental burst damage. Really? So doing machine gun gives 100% uptime for both normal and C1 bonus of solar portal. The issue with solar portal is it doesn't apply the charge attacks, which is still the majority of the damage. That's the main issue with solar portal on Clay. Yeah, normal attacks. It does not increase the damage on your charge attacks, which is still the majority of your damage. Is the problem. Probably wants to make a note of choosing ER or attack focus for either more damage / healing versus more ult uptime for more frequent healing / cleansing. Otherwise, everything else here looks good. It's just oh wait, what? Oh. Veneerer blocks. DPS Venti. Honestly, DPS Venti's probably the only fucking like carry. Like not like though is like Venti isn't supposed to be a carry, but if you're running as a carry, I do agree you should probably be running Viridis and Veneerer, because even though it doesn't amp his like auto attack damage really at all, and is doing a charge shot build on him, a DPS Venti's damage is still primarily his skills. And I don't recommend Venti as a DPS. As like a carry character, but like you definitely just amp his ability damage because his basic attacks aren't very good. Yeah. Agreed on this, really. I have not done much math on Venti at all, but here is a really big spreadsheet with a bunch of Venti damage calcs on it if you want to use that to use that for build recommendations. Let me find the sheet real quick. I haven't honestly looked enough at it, but generally speaking, EM stacks on support Venti is actually really strong. Where is it? WinJ sent it to me. Bop. 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 There you go. Alright, cool. No problem. Yep, no problem, Potato. It's right here in the comments. Because, like, honestly, what it says on that is probably better recommendations than I could personally make, because I haven't actually fully absorbed all the data on that, so... yeah, like, I mean, pretty much, I don't really have opinions on Venti as a carry, because he's not really supposed to be a carry. He's supposed to be a well-invested burst support. So, like, I just don't really have opinions on that, because I don't think it's optimal to run it that way. Although I will say, comments, I know people asked for it. I would argue martial artist is better than option 2. He can keep the passive up despite losing 4 5 stars in the set, or 3 5 stars in the set. But for reals, why? Also, if you have C1, you can run a kind of potent charge attack setup on Venti. So, Wandering Troop is good for that. Also, if you have C1, you can run a kind of potent charge attack setup on Venti, so Wandering Troop is good for that. I'm not a huge fan of spread shot Venti charge attack setups, but it is fairly potent. It's still just not as good as God carries, but it's an option. Because his actual charge attack output is really strong at that point. It's just very difficult to make it to get echoes that work with it, so you can scroll off of it. The team comps are kind of scuffed for charge attack Venti is the problem, but his actual output's not bad at C1. I believe the Venti thing is in. It should be in the Mathalos info dump, right? Is it?
I got it.
You got it in there? Yeah.
Sure.
So go to the Discord, Discourse of the Mathalos Nest. It's in the pin. It's in the info dump channel. Yeah. Correct, Excuso. Glad's 4 does not work on Jean's charge attack. However, I don't know. I don't really know how DPS Jeans play, but the problem is you don't really spam your charge attack because, like, you lift stuff in the air and you can't hit it once in the air a lot of the time for when I was messing around with it. Traveler, Glads, agreed. Does Sword of Dissension really beat Favonia? I mean, I guess I could see that because it's kind of dumb, but I don't play on PS4, so I've never mathed it out. Never math it out.
Because PC pleb smile.
Surprise, Sword of Dissension wins, but only slightly surprised because glancing at it, it's a stupid stat stick. Like, I've only ever glanced at it, but yeah, sort of, like, this thing is kind of fucking stacked, if I'm being honest, but it's still a base 39, but also this fucking passive is fucking stupid. So, I don't know. I don't know if this wins. I wouldn't be super surprised if it does, but I don't know. Vanera is fine. Skyblade, Flute, Favonius is fine. I would maybe consider ER swords better than flutes. In my humble opinion, more ults on Anemo MC support is better. Especially because she won't be she won't be auto attacking like ever. So the passive is kind of wasted. But flute is more damage on abilities. So Shrugu. Much like other supports, I value ER for ult uptime more than more damage on the abilities. Might want to make notes of that for various supports that get high value. Or various supports like Anemo, MC, and Jean. Okay. This is the main case where I would consider with Sith to always have a good passive, because generally speaking, you're either running a Vaporize or Electroshock setup on Mona carry, and she is trigger in both comps. However, I still struggle to see it being the better option over 5 stars due to the 33% uptime on passive. However, I have not calced it, so if you have, never mind. Alright. Wandering Troop 2-piece plus Noblesse Oblige. Wandering Troop 2-piece plus Gladiators Finale. Berserkers plus Exile 2-piece. To be honest, these recommendations are as good as any for carry Mona. As a carry, she has the most scuffed sets until we hopefully get a hopefully get a Hydro set with patch 1.1. Fingers crossed. Maybe also make a mention of 4-piece Wandering Troop on a vaporized setup. You generally use only charge attacks other than ulting. Generally use charge attacks to max vaporize. Amp other than ulting. Support Mapamare with Sith Codex. I would agree with Sith is very good then. Probs also list Dragon Slayers because it's a solid option for a cheap amping support Mona setup. Don't always want to invest too heavily into a Mona support due to her giving strong wombo combo amping at relatively low investment. Noblesse Oblige 100%. It's nothing better. 100% you max out ER. Podcast of ultimately go to DPS and go straight for bubble pop. I believe would use pyro for yep. That all sounds good. Probs make a note that's generally if you run a Mona support, you want to build the comp around her ult to maximize the 4-second burst wombo combo. In the whole XQ versus Mona support debate, unless you build a comp around Mona ult specifically, then XQ outpaces her as a support, in my humble opinion. Okay, Chi-Chi! DPS, this looks right, honestly. Being real, like, this looks right. I don't know. Chi-Chi's another one of those ones that's like, yeah, you can run her as a carry, but why? Attack.
Here's a stat, I guess.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I would include Fizz % here. If you really want to run Chi-Chi as a carry, her abilities don't deal great damage, and you want to lean into her being a physical carry. But also, why GG carry? Okay. I'm guessing because people asked again.
Yeah. I mean, port users DPS.
Yeah, I know. But if you are going to be running a Chi-Chi carry, you should be running, like, physical damage a cup just to amp her carry damage a bit more. But yeah, I know. Support, sack sword, skyward blade flutes. I would probs add Favonius sword. Its passive sucks for her, but it's still a good ER sword option. And let's be real, Chi-Chi's ult charges so slowly, but makes you basically immortal. Sack sword is the better option, however, it also struggles with the fact that, or it also struggles because, as far as I know, it can only proc when she is on the field, and the E does damage.
Alright, dinner time, BRB.
See
Okay,
ya.
dude.
Also, Skyrider is a solid 3-star option, again, because I value ER over more healing. My level 40 Chi-Chi healed enough for Abyss 12 in my last run through it. But I prefer more frequent heals over better heals. Maiden's Beloved, I can agree with. Well, no, the only thing I would say is I'd probably say I would also add in double ER. Same, double ER. I personally find that her ult uptime is garbo without it, and her healing amount is so good even with low investments. I personally don't feel the need to amp it more. But again, this depends on whether you want more frequent heals or stronger, much less frequent ones. Oh, thank you so much for the tip, Top Nep. Would Mono or Jingchu be better for a Razor Shadow Superconduct comp with Kaya? 100% Jingchu. Razor is a sustained damage carry. He doesn't have any big, like, burst damage he can dump. He's a sustained damage carry, and Jingchu is better with Razor for that instance. Mona, like, he can't really do much to do a big amount of burst damage in Mona's 4-second ult. So, Jingchu is the better option in that comp, for sure. Plus, Jingchu's long cooldowns fit really well with Razor because he's a selfish carry. Once he pops his ult, you don't want to switch off Razor. And Jingchu synergizes nicely with that due to his high cooldowns, but high burst for the cooldowns. Let's see here. Same as other comments. I personally value ER the most, but it's up to preference. Chi-Chi's burst allows character maximize DPS while healing off-field herself. Prior to Chi-Chi's burst face situation where you require you to do DPS, for example, time trial challenges. Yep. All that looks good. Also, maybe make a note that A4 gives Chi-Chi an additional heal on demand. While level 40 out of 50 Chi-Chi gave me enough healing in Abyss 12. I have since gotten her to A4 just to have another emergency heal if I fuck up and eat shit. No problem. No problem. Happy to help. Cool. Alright, so that's the sheet. Neat. Yep. Gave my recommendations. I'm sure they'll be working on... I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just giving comments. So I'm sure they'll be working on editing that up and getting it done through again. And I'll probably take another look through when they get some more stuff edited on it and take a look again. But yeah, I mean, glad I could help how I could help. It was kind of fun to do. It was kind of fun to look through stuff. Oh, thank you so much, Evan Danley, for the $10 super chat. And if this counts as a comment optimization, feel free to ignore if so, but I was wondering what elemental reactions you would ideally build a child team around. Was thinking Melt with Bennett support. No, that's fine, yeah. Melt with Bennett support could work. So really, the two, like, okay, so... Melt doesn't really work, Vaporize does. Because you want to amp Child's damage. So, like, really the three options we kind of have, let's just list this out. So, like, Child, and then the three options we have are Vaporize, Electroshock, and I don't know if he can Shatter, so Freeze is probs bad question mark, because I don't know if he can Shatter. So I don't know if I'd recommend Freeze, because he wouldn't be able to also abuse any melt damage, because he's not Pyro type. So really, Vaporize and Electroshock are our options, and then also we have just Mono Hydra. And so for, like, a Vaporize team for Child, we would probably run, like, what we'd probably do is we'd probably run Bennett, like you're saying, as a Vaporize team. And then what would happen is Bennett would would set something on fire, you switch to Child and pop his ult. Or his big ult burst combo or whatever, and try to Vaporize off of that, and then switch back to Bennett, and Bennett pops his ult on the now Hydroed enemy to get the Vaporize damage on his ult, and you kind of cycle back and forth between the two, running kind of a double carry setup almost. That's how I would personally envision a Vaporize comp for Child, but again, we have to play around with it to really see. Electroshock and Mono Hydro, I think, are probably going to be the better options overall, because they require less of that micro, and then for this, you just have, like, you know, Beidou, or C6 Fish, or something like that, and you just Electroshock everything on the field with Echoes. Like, that would be a very good, just raw DPS Electroshock option. Mono Hydro will probably be like Jingchu, slash Mona. Jingchu is more sustained DPS. Mona is more focused on Child, ult, burst, wombo combo. I personally think Jingchu will be stronger, but we have to see what the values on his ult look like first. But I still think Jingchu will probably be stronger overall, especially because his C2 shreds hydro resistance. And then you run, like, a Vanera support, and possibly or Petra, right? You run a Vanera support or Petra. You could theoretically run Child, Jingchu, and Mona with a Vanera. I would value Vanera over Petra in this case, because it's just less micro and quicker and easier to apply Vanera than is Petra, because Petra requires you to pick up the Crystallized Shield. But yeah, Vanera or Petra with Child and Jingchu or Mona or both would be Mono Hydro. I think Mono Hydro is probably going to be the best option overall, but Electroshock is still going to be an option too. Plus you get to run Beidou, and I love playing Beidou. And then Vaporize with Bennett's going to be a little weird to do, but you can at the very least Vaporize off of each other's big bursts. You just don't really get sustained Vaporize damage, because there isn't really... Even with Xiangling, Child's... The problem... Xiangling's not really going to work as... I should probably note this. Xiangling won't work well for Vaporized Child, because she is gonna be trigger due to how much hydro per second, I guess wet per second Child will apply. So, like, yeah, this is more so, like, Bennett's Vaporize is more about amping the big burst hits on Child, and Bennett, not really any sustained damage gains for the most part. But yeah, I mean that's kind of what we're looking at for Childe right now. We're gonna test this stuff as soon as the patch is ready, obviously. But yeah. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it right now, Evan Danley. This is more the stuff I'm planning on testing when he comes out, when we get him. But we gotta wait for now. I just realized I gotta check something. All right. One sec, guys. I gotta close my screen real quick because I gotta check on something with my bank. Okay, cool. My credit limit updated. Cool, we're good. All right. Back. All right, that's pretty much what I wanted to go over. Now what do we do? I guess we have to update the waifu waitlist stuff and shit like that real quick. Let's also play some more music. There we go.
Oh no, jank ass Photoshop stream.
Jank ass Photoshop stream. Alright, so let's see. Today we have had... So, Eric Woodley sent 3 in Super Chats. Woodley. And then we do... Yeah, Jenkins, look, welcome to the Whalers. Top Stooge. Volpol's already on there. We have Apple Tinks / Apple Tiny. We have Jake, I think is already on here. I don't know. Let's add you anyway, just in case. Jake. We have Younghoon's already on here. Professor Sunday. We have Zachary J. Did I ever answer that question about Skyward with Razor, Zachary J? I'm actually not sure if I did. But my thought on Skyward on Razor is it's probably still strong, but the ER is a bit wasted on him. It's probably still better than Animus on raw virtue of its stats, but it's definitely weaker than Wolf Gravestone is. Thank you, Val G. Give me 1 second. I'm eating a bite of pasta. Zoos. Yeah, sorry about that, Zachary J. I think I answered that one, but I honestly don't remember at this point. So much stuff has happened in the stream so far. We have Champ, the HDN fan. Tony's already on there. David Andrus. Yeah, on Diona, like, again, I'm sure I mentioned when you did the donation, but on Diona, I don't really know what we're going to gear her for yet, because we have to see what a kit looks like, but I do think Sacrificial Bow is potentially going to be very good on her. But other than that, for gear, it's hard to say yet, because she's definitely built to be a support. And support sets depend on what their role is supposed to be, which is hard to say until she comes out. Kev Rowe. And then we have Sissel. Kev Rowe again, Jake again, Eric Woodley. Is Eric Woodley in here already? I already did Eric Woodley. Right? I swear I did Eric Woodley already. I remember typing that, but I don't see it anywhere on here.
Dude, how the hell can you read that? Holy
My
crap.
screen's a lot bigger than yours is probably. Well, not really. I think this is like a 27-inch, but
And then you put it on the YouTube and nobody can read it anyways.
who cares? That's the point. It's scuffed as shit, just like me. Hey, Mon.
I'm so glad Heika's not here.
Top Nap. Evan Danley. VAID. So, VAID. My thoughts on Diluc Childe is that you can run it. I don't think it's super optimal. Yeah, you can run it. I don't think it's super optimal, honestly, though. I don't know how I feel. Like, the thing is, like, Childe and Diluc basically both act as a burst support / carry to each other in that case, but they don't really synergize with each other too well, other than making one thing the other person does vaporize. So, like, it can work because they're both like, theoretically, Childe will be at the same level of carry as Diluc, so they'll both just output a lot, but it won't really have any synergy. They both do a lot of damage. Oh, thanks, Xanax, for the 101. I am doing pretty well overall, thank you. And then Yonghoon again, the Childe with double Anemo for skill CDR Pog. I don't know if the skill CDR reduction is really worth it. Isn't it only like 5% or something? But that being said, guys, like double Anemo is really strong if you have Jean and Venti. Like the Jean Venti is a really slept on combination in EN, and it's very popular in CN servers. Late game CN servers. The problem is it's really hard to flex elements well for that, but like Jean plus Venti is kind of gross because they both generate each other's ult up so fast, you just spam the shit out of both ults. It's actually very strong. It's really the main time where like Jean becomes super strong, is if you're running her in a Jean Venti team with 2 whatever else is on the team, basically. Yeah, Jean Venti is very powerful just because you know how Venti ult is stupidly strong? Well, Jean Venti allows you to spam his ult off of cooldown without even fucking trying. Like, it's insane how much they ult. They basically both ult off of cooldown, but again, it's really only when they're together that works. Jean Sucrose doesn't really work the same because Sucrose doesn't generate as much energy. Like, both Jean and Venti generate a lot of energy because their E's are really low cooldown. Sucrose, on the other hand, has a very long cooldown, so it doesn't really work quite as well. It's specifically the Jean Venti combo is very potent, and it's slept on in EN. I just don't recommend it often because, real talk, you gotta have a Jean and a Venti. Like, it's a very niche combo, but it's a very slept on, very powerful combo. It's just you gotta have a Jean and you gotta have a Venti, so it only works with the 2 of them. I hear whale noises, exactly. Let me finish this last bite of pasta, 1 sec. We save this. We export this. So, to all of you who I just added to the Waifu Waiters, welcome to the Waifu Waiters. Get on the fucking boat. We're going whaling in an hour when the maintenance is done. Okay, let's check real quick and see how much we've made in Super Chats. $75 in Super Chats. Oh, wait, I made a spreadsheet for this. So we got $75 more in Super Chat, so we're at $288.66 when I get my money. But I haven't got my money yet. For those of you who don't know... Yeah, for those of you who don't know... if you do a super chat, YouTube takes 30% of the money away, and also I don't get access to that money until the 21st of the next month. So I won't get access to any of the money you guys have given me just now until the 21st of next month. In fact, I should probably just note down here, because this is actually not true. I won't get any of the money you just gave me until the 21st of next month, because that's when YouTube cashes out. So I won't be able to use that for anything until then, so I'm just gonna keep this, like... what month is it? November, right? Yeah. So, November... I need to get the money from the previous streams and subtract it out of this too, because this is not how much I'm actually getting from you guys on this month's 21st. I'm getting around 180 from you guys, I think, on this 21st, because it's all the money from last month, or the month of October. Unfortunately, that is the way that YouTube does things. We get paid out for a month, the next month on the 21st. And that includes like super chats and YouTube premium stuff and everything like that. Alright, real quick, let me just pop this up so I can log into my other account without, like, fucking... just get everything ready for testing out Childe, basically. Once the game lets me relog. Taking a second. I gotta log onto my... because it's currently logged into my sub account on my main account, so... and I don't want to dox my account info. Alright, cool. So I guess we're waiting now. We're now officially in the waiting room since I went through all of this stuff. Actually, I haven't looked at what these are. What are these? Oh, it's empty. Okay, never mind. I guess there's nothing to look at there. Never mind. Let's close this. What do we do for the next hour while waiting on maintenance?
Chill, come back in an hour.
Maybe I should do that. I should probably... how long have I been on
You've been
stream?
streaming for like 5 hours now.
Oh my god, yeah, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours in the waiting room, so I should probably chill for a bit, spend some time with my wife, and come back in an hour. We'll probably do that. So, Jiryu Zhang, I do personally think Eye of Perception is better, just because Winston's passive is up so infrequently. So, like, like, it's very powerful when you have it, but it's just up so infrequently. We can just go ahead and get rid of that. Alright. Yeah, I think I'll probably be back in an hour, guys, at this point. But thank you so much for tuning in. In the meantime, holy shit, there's 2.3 thousand of you guys here. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out and tuning in and stuff. I'm gonna be back in like an hour when the patch drops, because I should probably just go... I should take a break to reset my brain and get ready for testing stuff with Childe, and also I should go spend some time with my wife before I disappear for the rest of the evening. So, good night, guys. I will see you in an hour, roughly. Bye-bye.